I am an artist. I have a condition called synesthesia where I see styles. I see them. Everything that I sonically make is a painting. I see it.
What up, world? How y'all doing? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys
What up?
are.
What's good, bro? What's going on with you, man? We back for another Wednesday night.
Yeah, we're about an hour late, but it's okay because I don't fucking know. It's okay. That's why.
It's okay because it's just okay.
Right. It's okay. It's okay. All right, man. Let's us fucking get the fuck in this shit. I think it is about that time that we start fucking going in. Oops. Let's do that. Let's get it in. What up, Alive in History? How you doing? Everybody, how you doing? To all the replay viewers, how y'all doing? We're gonna fucking have an entertaining little show tonight. What's up with a drunken monk? How you doing?
Drunken monk in the house. What's good, bro?
Right,
what's going on Alive in History?
You already know what it is. So real quick, if you guys don't already fucking know, go check out Blacklight Revelations. If you're not already subscribed to Blacklight Revelations on YouTube, go check them out. How many channels you got now?
Man, I got channels on top of channels on top of channels, but you know what I'm saying? Make sure you check out Blacklight Revelations. Make sure you check out my man Reality Check Virtual Radio, and we got a specific channel, Reality Check Virtual Radio Blacklight Revelations podcast on YouTube. So make sure y'all check that out too, because we got different content on that channel than what y'all get when we do these live podcasts on HAP. So make sure y'all check that out. Support the content.
Right, absolutely. So what's up with it? What's up with it? Bad Seed Entertainment.
Bad Seeds, what up, bro? What's good with you, family?
So we gonna get the fuck in it today, and a lot of people are not gonna like the title. I might get a strike or something for this title, but I don't really give two shits.
And I'm gonna get a strike too.
Look,
by association.
Look, guilty by association. I apologize, brother. I apologize.
It's all good.
It's all
good, man. It's all good. We gotta do what we gotta do.
But the thing is at the end of the day, man, you got to call a spade, right? So I'm gonna call it out. Black faces, the black face of white supremacy, reparations, invoking God as justification, and we're gonna talk about all these things today. Plus, we're gonna do a little freestyle, instant. What is it called? Instant reaction.
Some reactions. You know what I'm saying? Some
reactions. So that's what we're going to get into. And we're going to get into just a tiny bit of fucking news. Because, why not? Right? I don't know.
Got to.
Why not?
Got to.
Right? So, let's get into fucking news. Okay. I want to make sure of this, but I don't know for a fact. So let me make sure. Have you seen Bitcoin today?
No, what's it at?
Okay, and that's what we're gonna get. Bitcoin, from what I heard, dropped today. And let me make sure it dropped. Let me see, because I don't want to fucking be putting out bad info. Okay. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, what the fuck? See, this is what I'm talking about. It was at 47K this morning. See what? Then
Yeah.
it did drop a little bit because just just a couple days ago, just yesterday, it was like at 52,000. So it did drop
Oh,
if it's at
damn.
40. You know what I mean? And it dropped when Venezuela made Bitcoin its official currency. Have you heard about that?
I knew Bitcoin, or I knew Venezuela was actually trying to do something like that. They ain't the first ones that did that. I think El Salvador. I don't know if they made it the legal currency, but
It is
they
the
made it.
legal currency.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about El Salvador.
Oh,
They
El
what they did
Salvador.
was
Okay.
they made it an acceptable tender, but I don't know if they made it the legal currency. So I knew Argentina, they had been planning on doing that for a while. And one of the reasons why they had planned on doing it for a while is because their economy has been so unstable. They're going through a period of balance of payments crisis and hyperinflation. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So like their money is ridiculous. Like it's costing like $20,000 for a loaf of bread. So with a fiat currency, nothing is affordable or feasible down there. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
So today at 120, it got to its lowest at $44,000 a coin.
Wow.
Okay, and if you notice, Monday it started doing this shit when they started talking about it, and it started dipping. So Monday was like at one of its highest marks at 52K, and it just dropped. And then on Tuesday a little bit, and then Wednesday going into Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it dropped, and it dropped low. It looks like its lowest mark on Tuesday was right around 47, and it dropped again to 44,000 today. And it's trying to build itself back up. So it is going back up, but it's dropped. You know what I
That's
mean?
crazy. Yeah.
That's crazy, fucking crazy. So, make sure you're paying attention to your Bitcoin and what's going on if you have any Bitcoin and any of your crypto, because today was not a good day for crypto. I'm just not going to fucking, argue about that. It's just a terrible day for crypto today. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Unless if you bought it recently, if you bought it at like $60,000, it's a horrible day for you. But if you
Right.
bought it like you know what I'm saying, like if you've been in for a minute, every day is a good day. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Absolutely. 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 No, absolutely. So, I want people to make sure they're paying attention to their investments and make sure that, they know exactly what's going the fuck on, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's what that is. Also, I know this is probably not too much news, but the agent of chaos who demoted Pluto says there is a new ninth planet. So they're claiming, and
Listen,
this has been an
man.
argument back and forth, right? This has been an
You
argument.
talking about Mike Brown from Caltech, man. This is old shit, and I swear they try to make it new like every year for some
Mhm.
reason.
Well, because what it is this is what it is. They keep on going back and forth. Like at one time they were like, "Oh, there wasn't a ninth planet, then there was, then there wasn't." Now what they're saying is, okay, the math is right. There is a ninth planet. So, like, it's a still ongoing evidence, but it is what it is. Um, there's possibly a ninth planet.
Right. Well, see, one of the issues that they had. Did you have something that you wanted to put up about it?
No, go
An
ahead.
article.
No, go
What
ahead.
one of the so basically this is the issue, right? Pluto at one point was classified as a 9th planet, but because of the size of Pluto and because of the gravitational energy that it exerts against our solar system, it was declassified into what's called a TNO, which is a trans-Neptunian object. You know what I'm saying? So now they found this planet that's outside of the trans-Neptunian belt area. And Miss M for your mom, what up, bro? What's going on? Good to see you, family. Appreciate you. So basically, what they're saying now is that Mike Brown and the scientists at Caltech have been calculating this gravitational pull, and it's a gravitational pull that has an elliptical orbit. And this argument has been going on for a long time, like at least like 10 years. And they've been calling it Planet X. Then they've been calling it the 9th planet and all these different things, right? But it's outside, it's way out in the Kuiper belt. And so basically what they were trying to do is qualify it as larger than a trans-Neptunian object so they can say that it's a 9th planet. And the math, nothing has changed about the math. Like the math has always been right. It's just that, you know, the science communities weren't really accepting it. And then there was the whole argument of Pluto and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But then, you know, conspiracy theorists, a lot of them, they want to say that it's Nibiru and, you know, Anunnakis coming and all this shit.
Yeah, I'm not going that far, but I actually think there's enough evidence that actually there is a 9th planet, or if you want to count Pluto, a 10th planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I do think there's enough evidence for it. Not only that, but I also think just a little bit beyond that, I think there's a Browning star that a lot of people don't really like to talk about too much. But, you know, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Now, the Browning star, would that be like the second star of our solar system?
Right.
Yeah, because most solar systems are binary and ours isn't.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody ever accounts for like that loss of mass that should be there. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And so there's a denser, it's a more denser star, but it doesn't have the brightness of our star that we actually live under, but it's denser, it's heavier, and it has its own gravity. So I think that's interesting. You know?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it is what it is. You know what I mean? Was my ruling planet until they demoted it. I actually love Pluto. I'm not gonna lie. I was a big Pluto guy. So it is what it is.
Was that when you used to watch the Goof Troop?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hey, do you know that Goofy is not a fucking dog?
What is he? What was he supposed to be?
I think Goofy is a fucking cow, dude.
Yeah, that makes sense. Isn't what there's one? His girlfriend is named Penelope, isn't she, or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Like Goofy is a fucking cow, and Pluto is a dog.
Yeah, Pluto's the dog.
Yeah.
Goofy is whatever the fuck Goofy is.
Yeah,
he's something.
Goofy is a motherfucking look, watch this.
Now Penelope is a cow because she got the bell on her neck, right? Don't she got the bell?
Yeah, she's a cow. Yeah. Watch this. Hey, Samuel. What is Goofy in Disney? What is he as an animal?
Wikipedia, Goofy is a cartoon character created by the Walt Disney Company.
Who the hell is Samuel?
Anthropomorphic dog who typically wears a turtleneck and vest.
Oh, they said he's wrong. All right, Samuel, shut up. That's Samuel. Hey, Samuel, shut up.
My man Kova is in the house. What's good, Kova? What's going on, family?
All right. So
what's up, Rena?
Rena? How you doing? Long time no see. Rena is my ex-wife, and you know, absolutely.
Rena, are you getting alimony? Because he's just hired a butler named Samuel.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
No, she's out there thotting. No, she's thotting right now. No, absolutely not. She don't get a goddamn check until she stops thotting. Okay, she's out here making thirst traps on TikTok and a whole bunch of other shit. Hell no. Okay.
Listen, man, you got to do it. You got to do it the right way. That means you got to file alimony on her. Then what's up, Beers? What's good, bro?
Right. So absolutely not.
Look, you got to file alimony because winter is coming, bro. Winter is coming.
No. All right. I'm just giving Rena a hard time. Everybody, that's just my homegirl. All right. What else? Some white lady wanted to fucking some white lady wanted to burn down a fucking church for some odd reason. She felt like she wanted to you know, she from Perry, is he? Yeah, she from Perry. Yeah, that's who she is.
My
You
question is, did
know,
she call the manager? Did she call the manager first? You know what I'm saying? What's good, man? My man Grinding Motivators in the building. Co-Kid
that's
Fit.
right.
What's up with you, family? How you
So
like
have
how
you?
we got Kova? Kova is a tech dude. He actually got a dope channel on YouTube where he does like live streams and talks about
Mhm,
tech and stuff like that. So,
right.
you know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna lie. I like Haps, but Haps is not doing what they need to be doing right now. So, Haps is about 2 inches away from losing me as a streamer on here. So we'll see. We'll see if they get their shit together. You know what I mean? Um,
The thing I like about Haps is how you could stream simultaneously. You know what
mhm.
I'm saying? So we can
I love
integrate
that
like
part.
both of the
Right,
chats. Like that's
right.
dope. But like the problem is like it's just it's too glitchy. Like if it had the stability of StreamYards and like was able to still do all of the other stuff that it can do without causing
Mhm.
any problems, Haps would be dope.
Yeah, Haps would be absolutely dope if it was able to do that. But sometimes it gets wonky, it has issues. So you
Yeah.
know, yeah, so that's how that works out. But anyway, police are seeking this white woman because she was on Connon Cake trying to set black church on fire. So again, white people are going crazy. It seems like white folks listen, it seems like white folks done lost their mind ever since the census came out. I don't know what it is, but they realize they're losing their population. They realize that their procreation rate is zero. And these motherfuckers is damn near losing their fucking rabbit ass minds. Like collectively, they are losing their shit. And so I don't know what that shit's about. What you think about this bullshit, fucking Rob?
Yeah, man. I think that's correct. What did she end up getting as far as like a punishment for
Well, they're
attempting to
looking
burn
for her
down that
still.
church?
They're still
They
looking
haven't
for
they
this
haven't
brother.
found her yet?
Yeah. Well, let me see. Yeah, they're still looking for her. They are still looking for her.
You know that they're gonna not find her. You know that shit's gonna happen. Did you hear
Yeah.
about the lady? There was a woman, and she stabbed. Let me see. Hold on, real quick. A Missouri woman allegedly cut the neck of a 6-year-old boy. Did you hear about that one?
A little white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah, that don't surprise me.
Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's a thing with your numbers decreasing. You know what I'm saying? Like we've been stuck at 13% of the population for a long time, and a lot of people always like to talk about how we commit 55% of the crime. So maybe as the population decreases, then
Mhm.
maybe that's just a mathematical trend that people start to commit more crimes because it seems like people are starting to commit more crimes.
Right,
You know what
right,
I'm saying? So
right,
like
right,
maybe
right.
it's just not a black people specific thing. Maybe it
No,
has to
it's
do with shrinking numbers.
right. Maybe it has to do with white people have always been crazy and their real fucking their real colors is coming out now. How about that? How about let's
Yeah,
stop giving these motherfuckers a whole bunch of fucking excuses and
right,
just
right. Nah, hell
call
yeah.
them for what the fuck they are, and they're some fucking maniacs. Okay.
Well, the thing that's crazy is like even with those statistics, like those statistics are skewed because you remember that case that happened in Colorado where that Asian boy and that white boy burned that family alive in that house,
Right.
killed them all, and they didn't even attempt to consider it a hate crime or anything like that.
No, yeah, and it clearly was a hate crime. So,
Clearly, right. They
like,
went to a Senegalese neighborhood, you know what I'm
right,
saying, and specifically targeted that Senegalese family. And there's a whole
right,
bunch of different categories, for whatever reason, they act like they can't do anything specific when it comes to black people. So even if they took the whole black out of it, they were still immigrants. You know what I mean? So they,
absolutely,
they could have
right,
used that as a protected class, but they
right,
chose not to.
absolutely. So it's kind of fucking weird, but it's not weird at the same time because as long as you're demonizing black folks, it's all good. Basically,
Exactly. Exactly.
basically. So, it is what it is, I guess.
We got
Let me
U-Law in the house. What's up,
You
bro?
Laws in the house. What's up, big bro? How you doing? Let's say rest in peace to our brother real quick. Um, let's say rest in peace to our brother. This was a sad one. Michael K. Williams passed away on Monday. 54 years old. The brother passed away. There, a lot of people are saying it might be fentanyl and heroin. I don't know how true that shit is, and I'm not gonna assume. But this brother is gonna be missed. This brother did a lot of things. He was in The Wire. If you don't remember him, he was in The Wire. He was in Lovecraft. He was in fucking a whole bunch of shit across the board. And this brother was really accomplished for actually starting to act at a late, time in his life, man. And you know, this brother will be definitely missed. So rest in peace, rest in power to Michael K. Williams, and hopefully they don't go out here and sully his good name. You know what I mean?
Now, my question is, why are they saying? Did they do a toxicology and it's showing fentanyl or something? Like, where is this coming from?
It's just kind of going around because this weekend there was actually another brother. He was a comedian that died, and he was doing cocaine, and they found fentanyl in his cocaine, and it wasn't him that just died, but he was the one that got most of the press, and they plastered
Right.
his face all over the newspaper. But two other comedians died, and another young lady was actually hospitalized, and she's in critical condition. I think she's now stable, but last I heard, she was in critical condition, and they were all doing coke. And so three of them died. Three people died.
And
You know what I mean?
that coke had the fentanyl in it now, huh?
Yeah, yeah. So
Wow.
if you're out there doing coke, now I'm not the person to tell you what to do and what not to do. But let me tell y'all real quick. If you happen to do coke, ladies and gentlemen, will you please go on Amazon and buy you a kit? They sell them for about $20. You can get some of them motherfuckers. They're about $20, and you can check your dope before you do it to make sure it doesn't have no fucking fentanyl in it. All
Man,
right.
that's
So
crazy.
right. And it's crazy that we have to, I remember back in the day, man, when when we used to be able to do some drugs and not worry about overdosing because they're adding a whole bunch of additives to it. We just had to worry about doing too much of them motherfuckers.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I remember when coke was fun.
Rick James said it was a hell of a drug.
Right, because it was a hell of a drug. But Jesus Christ, now I gotta worry about ODing off of doing a little motherfucking, you know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like, the fucking no, I don't fucking do
See,
coke, man.
the
I'm just
problem is because like, see, like, the problem with the black market is the same as the problem with just regular economics, right? So like, what you got to do is you got to create a demand market, right? So in order to create a demand market, you got to keep people coming back. And the way to keep people coming back while making money is to expand the product so that you dilute it. You know what I'm saying? And then you have the person addicted. But the problem is the diluting, because they're booting this stuff up with synthetic opioids that are stronger than the actual drug. Now they're causing overdoses because they're working with chemistry that they don't understand. And you're talking about manufacturing at a trap house. There's no quality standards. There's no ISO. There's no
right,
manufacturing. Like, these people
right.
don't know any kind of process to make it where, okay, we can make a good quality drug. Like, we ain't got Heisenberg from Breaking Bad out here doing this shit. Like, it's just motherfuckers just doing it.
Look, motherfucker, look. Okay, to all the dope dealers, I'm not promoting dope dealing, and I'm not a dope head, and I don't do coke. Let me put that out there. Let me preface that by saying that shit. Okay? But cocaine is a good drug. It's fun to do, motherfucker. Motherfuckers is gonna keep on coming back. You don't need to put fentanyl in it. Just put some fucking goddamn baby laxative in it, like you always did. Like, we always knew we had some good coke when you did a line and you felt like you had to take a shit. Okay, that was good dope. Right? Stop putting fentanyl in my coke, nigga. Like, stop it. It's not that serious. You're killing the
Oh,
customers, my nigga. You supposed to just get them hooked, not kill them.
nigga,
They can't.
nigga.
They can't come back and pay you if you kill them.
Bro, I'm about to clip that part where you was like, stop putting fentanyl in my coke. You gonna see that in
Right.
like 3 of my videos
Right.
next week.
Stop putting fentanyl in my coke. God damn it. Next thing you know, these niggas is gonna be putting fentanyl in the weed. Like,
Yeah,
y'all niggas
well,
in this
shit.
fentanyl.
Bro, that they've been they've been booting the weed, they've been using the wet, you know what I'm saying? Like that, putting the formaldehyde in it, that shit been going on for a long time. And motherfuckers, you doing primos and shit. Like
Right. Look, I used to be young at one time, okay? And I used to fucking, dabble and have a little bit of fun. Okay? I was never a dope head, but Jesus Christ, man, can you leave the fucking coke alone?
right, right.
Jesus. I got kids that are 20 years old that want to do some coke, damn it. Jesus Christ. I don't need my kids ODing just because they want to try it once or twice.
Right,
You know what I
right. Yeah,
mean? Fuck,
yeah.
man.
The video games that the video games got where you could play them the whole time, and now trying out drugs, you only got one life on. You know what I'm saying? Like you playing Super Mario
Right.
Brothers every time you sniff some coke. Like that shit
Right.
crazy.
Right. So look, just look, keep the fentanyl with the heroin, okay? Jesus Christ, there's enough of them white people out there. They'll keep on buying your shit, okay? They got enough of a tolerance where they're not gonna necessarily die. Stop killing the cokeheads, nigga. Jesus Christ, you motherfucker.
You remember that scene at the end of Scarface? If he had that cocaine with the fentanyl in it, you think he would have?
That nigga would have already died, bro. That nigga would have been dead, bro. That would have been the end of the movie.
Right.
Right? That would have been
Yeah,
the end of the
you law
fucking
got a point
movie.
right here. Fentanyl
What?
flows from China, chemical warfare. Yeah, and a lot of the heroin and the opioids, they come from the Asian countries in Southeast Asia and China too.
Right, because you can buy fentanyl easy from Asia. It's not hard. You
Right.
can buy a whole bunch of that shit for booty ass cheap too. You
You
know what
know
I mean?
that dude, you remember in Scarface that dude Chi-Chi?
Yeah.
Chi-Chi get the I met that
Yeah.
cat. He is
Did you get
he
the
a comedian.
yo-yo?
He's a comedian now, bro. And that motherfucker really is like 3 feet tall.
Look, I knew that shit. Yeah. Come on, man. Look, right? Stop. Like, I don't know if it's like old school niggas and shit, but we didn't try to kill our customers.
That's
You know what I
right.
mean?
Nah.
Like we understood, get them motherfuckers right to the edge, but don't kill them.
That was
You know
part
what
of
I
the
mean?
quality shit. Like, remember how I was talking about like there's no built-in quality standards like ISO? Like back in the old school days, part of the quality standards was if your customers came the fuck back.
Right.
Not if they was at the coroner's office. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like
Right. And so, like, just lay the fuck off the fentanyl shit. People, look, drugs was selling just fine before the fentanyl. Now you niggas is getting greedy and you over here
yeah.
killing your customers. Like, fuck
Yeah.
out of here, man. Stop that shit, dude. That shit is fucking bunk as fuck, bro. Like, stop it.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's exactly what that shit is.
You young niggas need to learn how to fucking, treat your customers. You motherfuckers is acting like there's a dope head around every single corner. So if one drop, you'll get it. Like, if you kill all the customers, motherfucker, guess what? No more money. You know what I mean?
Right.
You dumbasses. Like, anyway, let me get
Right.
the fuck off of this shit.
Right.
Anyway. All right. Real quick, qualified immunity reform. Police do not deserve impenetrable legal shield. This is a great article. I want y'all to go check this article out. It's really fucking a really well written article. And yeah, thank you.
Yep.
It's a really well written article, and it's talking about the political polarization of rising crime, but at the same time, making sure that we're not giving cops a free ticket to just kill anyone. Please go check out this article. Go, go read it. Educate yourself a little bit on it, and make sure you understand fucking what qualified immunity is, what it does, and why it is detrimentally affecting black folks on a day-to-day basis, and why it's so important that we understand what qualified immunity is. All right. So just go read this article. I just wanted to put this article out there. It was put out today. It was in Bloomberg.com. Again, the article name is "Police Do Not Deserve an Impenetrable Legal Shield." It's just go read the article. It's a great article. Let's go with what you got, bro, because I
Well,
know you wanted to.
no, you good, bro. You good. But
No,
real
no,
quick,
no. Let's go with let's do your reaction one
all right, cool.
next. Let's do that.
I wanted to say something about that
Go
qualified
ahead.
immunity shit too, though.
Go ahead.
I think that they also need to start looking at I think that they also need to start looking at, what do you call that shit? Hey, what's going on, Jesse? What's going on with you, bro? I think they need to start looking at excitable delirium. I know Drunken Monk is in here. I'm curious if Drunken Monk knows about excitable delirium, because in my opinion, okay, so we already know they're giving people a hard time about that about qualified immunity, but I think that another negotiation tool that they could try to concentrate on is, if they're not willing to bend on qualified immunity, then one of the things that they should look into is getting rid of excitable delirium as a justifiable killing diagnosis, because it's junk science.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. You're absolutely right on that one. Question: have you guys seen anything on the? Yeah, I was going to talk about that a little bit today. You know, at the end of the day, man, the nympha virus, it's just another fucking disease that we have out here. It's another virus. It's another one this one is actually killing a lot of motherfuckers.
Which one is that? This nymphovirus?
Yeah, the nympha virus.
Oh, that's
And
interesting.
it's actually pretty deadly, and we need to pay attention to that. Hopefully we'll be able to get a hold on that, but I'm not too sure that we'll get a hold on that because of how we have been handling this whole COVID virus. So I don't, if the nympha virus comes over here, the fact of the matter is I'm going to be keeping my fucking happy ass at home.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I need y'all to go to my YouTube channel. Make sure y'all smash the like button and subscribe, because I'm staying at the house, so I'm gonna be needing to work from home, and YouTube's gonna be my primary income.
Right. You're gonna have to do a little bit more supporting, motherfuckers, because
real shit.
The minute they say the nympha virus is here in America is the minute I'm keeping my happy ass at home.
Y'all ever seen that? Y'all ever seen that GIF picture where that fat kid be like peace and he just disappear? Like that's gonna be me from like the world. I'll be like peace. Y'all ain't gonna see me no more except on YouTube.
Oh wait, you said you haven't heard of the nympha virus very much? Oh man, should you want to talk about this a little bit?
I don't know too much about it, bro. If you got an article that you could pull up, we could wait on this Breakfast Club. You know what I'm saying? I'll take this down real quick.
Let me see, because I did have an article, but let me do this. Let me see if it comes up. If it comes up,
so while he's looking for that, I'm curious. So it looked like Drunken Monk knew what I was talking about when I was talking about excitable delirium. And I know Faith Enlightened probably know, because she's been watching my content for a long time. Like, she's seen all the videos that I did about Elijah McClain. But for all the people that's not usually here, or if you watch sometimes, are you familiar with what excitable delirium is and how it's relevant to a lot of the police killings. I'm just curious for the people in the comments.
Yeah, talk about that real quick. I do have an article, but I need to go grab a water real quick. So go
All
ahead
right,
and
yeah,
do that
yeah, that's
shit
cool.
real quick.
So what is qualified, or I'm sorry, not qualified immunity, but what is excitable delirium, y'all? Because the thing is that it's very important and it's something that people don't really talk about. And it's one of the ways that police end up getting away with killing a lot of people. So I saw Drunken Monk had said excitable delirium, quote, as a medical diagnosis. And it's interesting that he said, quote, as a medical diagnosis. And once some comments start filtering through about how familiar you guys are with it, then I'll explain why it's, quote, interesting to talk about it as a medical diagnosis. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that might be what he was getting at, because I'm sure he's familiar with it. You know what I'm saying? So, and also in regards to that Elijah McClain situation, you guys heard that they're going to be charging the police officers and the EMTs who were involved. I think they're going to be charging them for I don't know, I think it's like involuntary manslaughter or something, which in my opinion, that's too light. They should be charging them for murder. You know what I'm saying? But what's up, Rain King? What's good, bro? So what do y'all know about excitable delirium? Have you ever heard of it? Because in my opinion, right, if they want to pass that George Floyd justice and policing bill, if gonna bend on qualified immunity, then they have to put in something about excitable delirium. Shatira says, is it similar to mob pathology?
No,
Kind.
it's more like
Jesse got
okay,
a good summary. He said, I believe it's a wide open term used to justify violence. And I gotta agree with that. That's definitely a big part of it.
right. What it is it's kind of like what was that fucking shit that was called, like if you found your wife cheating and you killed her, what was that shit called?
I'm not sure what it's called, but I'm about to put something up on the screen real quick, and maybe it'll be something like what I'm about to put up on the screen. Maybe it's something like this. Did you guys know about this?
Yeah, it is like gay panic defense. It's like you basically you lose your mind for a minute.
Right.
It's like, you know, insanity, a quick insanity defense. It's like that's what it is.
Right.
It's excited delirium is like, you know, I went insane for a minute and I wasn't paying attention. You know what I mean?
Tony said I said qualified delirium. I probably did by accident, bro.
Yeah, a crime of passion. Thank you. It's like a crime of passion, gay panic defense. It's like, oh, all of a sudden I can't think, and the only thing I could think to do was kill somebody.
Right.
And it's just an open-ended statement that says, my delirium justifies me killing you, even if I'm wrong.
Well, what they say with excited delirium is that excited delirium is something usually exhibited by the suspect, right? Mm-hmm. And the suspect, the reason why this justifies cops killing them is because they say the patient is delirious, which, mm-hmm, like Drunken Monk says, delirium is not easily reversed. So when somebody's in a delirious state, then they have things happen like adrenaline dumps, things like epinephrine and norepinephrine. So then there's extra strength that comes, mm-hmm, along with that. Increased temperature and muscle deterioration. And because, mm-hmm, of those things that occur biologically, they say that the police are justified to use, quote, extra force, because it's almost like you're getting a performance enhancing drug, but just like a jump of basically like, quote, retard strength at the moment. You know what, right, I'm saying? So they say that these people are exhibiting that.
Hey, I take offense to that word, retard. You can't say that. You're going to get canceled.
I probably will. I mean, you got white supremacy in the title, so we may as well just go all out shit.
Yeah,
you know
right. Yeah. Okay, so retard strength. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Fuck it.
Retard Fuck strength it. And go.
Fuck it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I got a question since we're fucking kind of laughing. Someone said on underneath our last show, you said, this guy Izzy wouldn't be allowed on somebody's show. Was that a good thing or a bad thing?
Nah, it wasn't either a good or bad thing. It's just conflicting styles. You know what I'm saying? Like just different kind of styles. You know, like how some people mesh with other people and other people mesh with other people. It was just more or less like a mismatch kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Just because motherfuckers have contrasting styles doesn't mean that they don't work together.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I'm saying? Like I totally agree with that. We got it. We got like completely different styles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And like, you know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
Like I think we do. Do y'all think we do good work? I think we do good work.
I think we do decent fucking work. And I
Yeah.
apologize. And let me tell you guys, let me say something. I'm gonna be drinking a lot of water and a lot of fucking medicine and shit. I just got out the hospital. I was in the hospital. I thought I had COVID, but it came back negative. No COVID, bitch. Now what? You know what I mean? So yeah, I just have a regular common cold. Go figure.
Yeah,
I'm the
the common
first,
cold is rare, and you managed to catch
right,
one, bro. You should get into hunting
right.
endangered species.
Right, absolutely. Look, because the fact of the matter is, I ain't heard nothing about influenza and the flu. You know what I mean? So I must be the first case of influenza this year. Woohoo! Number one, bitch. Now what? COVID, you can't touch me, nigga. You know what I mean? Like this is
Right.
I'm doing the hammer dance over here. Oh. You can't touch this. Nigga, fuck out of here, COVID. No, I'm just playing.
Right.
I just know how to wash my hands, my face, and my ass. So, and I wear a mask, bitch. You know what I mean?
No, I heard you went to the farm and got some ivermectin, and that's what worked.
Yeah, I didn't. No, I didn't do that. Yeah. I really just did not do that. So, yeah. Um, I still think you motherfuckers who take that fucking heartworm medicine for fucking horses are stupid as shit. So, yeah. You
Dude,
know what
that
I
shit
mean?
is funny as hell, man. That shit is funny as hell, man. Like
And then
it's just the extreme shit, man. Like the thing is like I said, like we was talking about earlier, like some things make sense and then like some things don't. And then some things is just basically like a temper tantrum in denial. And it's like, come on, man. Like, come on.
right.
Come on, man. Like
So let's start.
we must stop. We must stop at some point. Like,
Right.
come now, children.
Right. Come now, children. All right. Let's get in this nymph so I can talk shit about fucking God believers and shit.
That's hilarious.
I'm, I'm
So
kind of
you
gonna.
got that okay, there
Yeah.
it is right there. Oh, you got it straight from
So
the World Health Organization.
yeah,
That's what's up.
what do you think? Where do you think I was gonna get it from? Some random nigga on the fucking internet?
The Joe Rogan podcast? I don't know.
Yeah, no, not me. Okay. So nymphovirus, key facts of it. The nymphovirus infection in human causes a range of clinical presentations from asymptomatic infection, subclinical, uh, acute respiratory infection, and fatal. I don't know what the fuck that shit is. What is that?
Let me
Ensign
see.
Ensign, you fucking say that, Mr. Medical Guy.
Wait, hold on. What because it
The
must I
very
must
first
be
one, ENCEPA.
encephalitis. That's what it's called.
There it is,
Encephalitis. Yeah.
encephalitis. Thank you, Mr. Medical Guy.
Yeah. We gotta get drunken monk up on here.
Right. Uh, the case fatality rate is estimated at 40 to 75%. This rate can vary by outbreak depending on local capabilities for epidemia.
Epi-
Epidemic.
epidemiological
Thank you.
surveillance. Yeah.
Yeah, and clinical management. Nepovirus can be transmitted to humans from animals such as bats or pigs, or contaminated foods, and can also be transmitted directly from human to human. Fruit bats of the whatever the fuck family are the natural hosts of the nepovirus. There is no treatment or vaccine available for either people or animals. The primary treatment for humans is supportive care, which means they're gonna hold your hand and wait for you to die. and they're gonna wear a motherfucking suit while they hold your hand. So basically, the last things you're gonna fucking touch is rubber hands. Yeah.
Right.
Let me see. And let me see. It says in 2018, annual review of the WHO and R&D blueprint list of priority diseases indicates that there is an urgent need for accelerated research and development for the Nipah virus. All right, so these are the quick rundowns of the Nipah virus. These are the key facts of it. Again, you can go check this out on WHO or the World Health Organization. If you ever see WHO, W.H.O, that's World Health Organization. A lot of people shorten it by just saying WHO. All right, so go check out the WHO website, and you can find out all the information that you possibly could ever need on the Nipah virus. All right.
So did you know that there was a new variant of interest for COVID?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Mu, Limbada. I swear to God, I feel like I'm naming off dances and shit. Like the Limbada.
It's the Lambda.
Yeah, Lambda. What? I don't give two shits what the fuck it's called. You know what? Look, listen. I'm not gonna sit here. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and act as if I can pronounce all these fucking funky ass words. My point to get across to you motherfuckers is I done told you sons of bitches that it has hella motherfucking goddamn mutated strains, and this shit keeps on mutating, and that's the most dangerous part of COVID. COVID itself is not dangerous. It is the mutative ability of COVID that's so dangerous. This is why people should be paying a little bit more attention to the virus. And that's all I care. I don't care to give you guys the right fucking names. It can be Lambada, Limbuda, fucking Moo, Shu, Ku. I don't give two fucks what the name is. Just know them motherfuckers is mutating like a son bitch. I think there's something like 27 different mutations right now.
Yeah, there's a ton. There's a ton of them.
A whole bunch of them.
I think that me personally, I think that they knew that it was going to mutate this fast. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's one of the reasons why they attempted to try to catch it early, but they didn't. So now it's just kind of going to be an ongoing and out of control problem. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely. And this is the biggest problem. That's why, look, you don't have to. I'm not telling people to go out and go get the jab. Had I got COVID, I probably would have got the jab, but I didn't get COVID, so I'm gonna hold off a little bit longer. I'm gonna press my luck a little bit more. Okay.
Right.
So the thing is look.
Well, and then just for content creation purposes, we always tell people if you're to make sure that you follow your physician's orders and follow the WHO and CDC and your state and local guidelines.
Right, absolutely.
Make sure you all do that. And when you go and report the broadcast, make sure you report that we said that in here too.
Right. And we are not physicians, and we are not telling you what to do as physicians in any way, shape, or form. And if you think my old ghetto ass is a fucking physician, nigga, you deserve to fucking get COVID, you dumb motherfucker. All right, anyway.
And that includes not putting fentanyl in my motherfucking cocaine.
Right. Look, follow your doctor's order and stop putting fentanyl on the damn cocaine. Okay.
Everything ain't milk and motherfucking cereal. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Real shit. All right. Drunken Monk said, I'm ghetto and I'm a physician. So,
right, Dr.
I'm loving it.
Peace to Dr. Dre in the comments.
Right.
Can I get a prescription for the chronic?
Right. Can I get a prescription just for some drugs I can sell? No, I'm just joking. I don't sell drugs in any way. That was a joke to all you fucking piece of shits that like to fucking,
Flag.
report the videos. Yeah, flag the
Right.
videos. Fuck out of here, you fucking. Take a fucking joke. Take a goddamn chill pill. Prescribe these motherfuckers chill pills.
Right.
While
Please.
we sit here and have some fun. Okay?
Right.
Jesus Christ. All right. All right. Where are we at now? Oh yeah, reaction video.
Yeah. Okay, so let's check this out. There was a video that came out. It was the Breakfast Club, and we don't have to watch the whole thing, but they talked about some interesting topics.
Okay.
And I want to see how you and the people in the comments feel about this. All right.
Right.
So I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna start this up.
And I want to let everybody know this is a fresh reaction from me. I have not seen this video at the fuck all. So whatever reaction you get from me is an honest, true, 100% reaction. If this is a bad video in any way, I don't know about it. So don't blame me if it shows titties or something. Okay, it's not my fault.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Okay.
We're not doing that. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So, and I've only seen the first couple minutes of it. So I know generally what it's about, and I know kind of the content area that it's about, but I'm not sure exactly what's said. So I'm gonna play it, and then if there's anything that you want to stop and talk about, or if there's anything that anybody in the comments says that they want to stop and we have a discussion about, we can do that. All right.
All right, that'll work.
Let's go.
Let's get it.
In the morning.
The Breakfast Club.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Envy, Angela Yee, Charlamagne the God. We are the Breakfast Club. We got a special guest in the building.
The goddamn legend himself.
Boosie Badass.
Right.
Boosie Boo. How you feeling this morning, Boosie?
I'm feeling great. I woke up early, smoked me a good one, and I like the scene of New York. Went early in the morning with the trash cans and all that, and it made me get higher, actually.
It make you feel like coming to America when Eddie was coming out in Queens?
Yeah. They love me in New York. I can't, like, everywhere I go, they've been, Boosie, you standing up for us, and like they got some real. I got some love out here.
I tried to get your Instagram back, Boosie. I tried, man.
I'm glad you did, because you saw that discrimination.
Now, they made fun of me for flagging Kim Kardashian.
Hey.
But I said, when I post my flyers when I DJ the strip club, they take it down. Flag and take it down.
Bro, it was just me. I was doing too much.
Well, I'm glad you
I
can
had the
admit
world
that,
woke
Boosie.
up. When the world was asleep, I woke them up. You know what I'm saying? And people, I think they just got tired of seeing me. Because, like, bro, like how my Instagram was never taken. I never been suspended. To be expelled forever. So I wasn't feeling that. So I know it's a, but I got my opinions. I can say what I want,
Not on them people platform.
Right. And
That's
they showed
all.
me.
Stop
They showed
real
me.
quick.
They showed me.
Stop real quick.
Why you don't go to fan?
So, real quick, why did his account get taken? Call me dumb and in the dark, but I don't pay attention to these niggas on Instagram. So why did his shit get taken?
I don't know yet. I think it might have to do with. I think it might have something to do with some comments that he made about Lil Nas X, possibly.
Oh, okay. Keep on going.
Drunken Monk said naked women. It could have been. I'm not too sure yet.
Yeah, let's see.
And fan base.
I got all kind of people trying to. I got Chineses. I got everybody trying to, create me a.
You got what kind of nieces?
Chineses.
What's Chinese?
Nieces?
Chinese people.
Oh, Chinese.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was like, who nieces trying to get with you, Boosie? I was like,
Chinese people.
I got people, everywhere trying to make me an uncensored app, and that's what I'm working on right now, because
fan base is black owned, you know what I'm saying? Isaac Hayes the third. You can go over there and turn up.
yeah, I talked to Isaac Hayes.
Okay.
I talked to the son or whatever, but I ain't made no decision on. I won't take everything.
You got a bunch of endorsements, huh? Because even when you sat down, you was like, I don't want to sit with Envy Water because you got your own
He
water.
didn't say Envy Water. He said, I want to sit with this water. And then he said Envy Water. He said, all right, you can leave it.
Yeah,
there.
man, I got water, cologne, chips, noodles, you name it, I do it. That's what I do.
None of them get offended by the stuff you do?
Well, once it's 50-50, hey, what can you get offended by? You invested in Boosie. And I mean, we doing good as I do good as an independent. I got a cult following.
Mhm.
Like I do real good, you know, like in the corona, I was getting checks, 6, 7 checks that ain't had nothing to do with rap.
Mhm.
Do you think you do take it too far sometimes? Because you said
I think I say it the wrong way sometimes.
Mhm.
I mean everything I say, and I say what I mean. But sometimes I feel like I say it the wrong way sometimes, but I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. And people need to understand that, you know, the world has an opinion. And then I got an opinion, and I'm just one who expressed my opinion.
But last time we spoke, you said that your mama even told you stop volunteering your opinion for things that ain't got nothing to do with you.
About that Dwayne Wade.
And you sat down with Mike Tyson and told Mike Tyson you should mind your business sometime too. Why can't you just mind your business
Because
sometime?
I'm realer than what I'm supposed to do.
What you mean?
I'm realer. Like if it's in my heart,
Mhm.
you know, just because I'm negotiated with him like that doesn't mean I won't say it, because I pay me.
Mhm.
You know, you can't blackball me. I pay me. You know, even with my music, you know, like my last album I dropped with Connect Music Group, you know, that I'm part owner of. So, you know, like you it's hard to blackball me, you know, just like they got people like they think they got millions of people love what I'm doing. I'm a voice for people who can't speak. You know, I'm just the only one got the nuts to speak in this industry, because everybody else is ran by, you know, the industry.
what about even saying like you would beat his ass? So, and I saw Lil Nas X responded to that. You think that's too far?
Nah, because I just be feeling like sometimes I gotta speak a bit.
So now we getting into the meat of it. So my question is, do you guys feel like the censorship police, like the censorship gods, are taking it too hard on Boosie? Or should Boosie be allowed to say the things that he feels about Lil Nas X? Because let's just be honest, out of everybody that's in here, right? If there, however many people are in here, I'm not watching all of the chats, so I'm not exactly sure. Who thinks that anything that Lil Nas X is doing is beneficial to anybody? So clearly, like, there's an outrage, like there's somebody is trying to say, like, yo, somebody needs to like get this dude together. He's putting out ridiculous messages. You know what I'm saying? He you know, nobody's telling him how to live his life, but like just broadcasting the way that he does and to the audience that he does, maybe you might want to think twice about how you do it in the explicit way that you do it. But nobody's really saying anything about that, and his critics are getting all the heat, and people are, you know, constantly labeling them like homophobic and different things like that. I'm just curious, how do y'all feel about that?
The fact of the matter is this, man. When the fuck did we become a country where we weren't allowed different opinions?
Right.
That's my question.
I think we've always been a country where we weren't allowed different opinions. I think that it's just now coming out where people see that there actually is like people who will like try to curb your opinion if you have one that's different.
No, but look, check this out. As black folks, check this out. How long have black folks been calling out racist and racism, right? But I don't think I've ever heard a single black person say, "Oh, being racist should be against the law, and you know you should get canceled for it." You
Yeah,
understand
no,
what I
you know, we
mean?
just want stuff like to not get killed with impunity.
Right.
Basic shit.
We want equality and equity and justice.
But the thing is that when it comes to politics and the polarization of it, you have the people who want to continue killing with impunity. If we say, hey, you know, stop killing us, they blow it up into, well, we can't even say anything. We can't even talk. You got Bill Mayer and Megyn Kelly sitting up there, you know, saying their dumbass shit. And the stuff that everybody is saying is literally nothing that anybody's asked. Nobody's ever asked any school system to force critical race theory onto anybody. That's something that they chose to do. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
Like
at the end of the day, first off, most motherfuckers talking about critical race theory don't know shit about critical race theory. That's number one. Number two,
exactly.
I don't have to agree with homosexuality to understand that they have a right to do whatever the fuck they want. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't go around saying that fucking the KKK can't have speeches on the street.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I don't do that type of shit because the fact of the matter is freedom of speech is a beautiful thing.
Right.
Right. That's what it is. And look, I'm not the biggest like supporter of like the LGBTQ, but I don't really give two shit. I don't vote against them. You know what I mean?
No,
Like
I'm
I
not
let
LGBTQ, so like the
right,
only time I care about LGBTQ issues, my thing is if you are LGBTQ, you should be able to live your LGBTQ life in a legal way where
right,
you're allowed to have your freedom as long as your
right,
freedom doesn't impose on my autonomy and how I want to raise my family. The
right,
only time I
absolutely.
have the issue with LGBTQ is if there's something that I don't feel like if I feel that, you know, certain things are being introduced to my kids in a public school at a little bit too young of an age, that's
Right,
the issue that I have. But even still, that's a policy issue. I don't have an
right,
issue with you personally. You can live
right,
your life. I can be friends with you. We can talk about
right,
things. I don't care. I have an issue with policy things because certain things that I don't agree with. You know what I'm saying?
right. Absolutely. And
You
but
know?
the thing is you're right. Food for thought. The fact of the matter is LGBTQ used and it continues to use the black struggle and uses black LGBT folks as tokens in order to push their narrative in order to get even more become a special class. And the fact of the matter is I think LGBT is doing too damn much right now. Like look, Little Nas X, you want to fucking go off and suck some dick, go ahead, suck some all the dick you want. I don't really give two shits. You know what I mean? I don't. I really don't because it's not in my bedroom. So I don't really give two shits what the fuck he does and is. You know what I mean? But I shouldn't, nor Bootsy, nor you, nor anyone else who disagrees with that shit should be censored if they say, yeah, I don't like this. You know what I mean? We seem to be okay when it has to do with anti-black shit. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like critical race theory, we could sit out here and be like, yeah, no critical race theory. Okay, well, no critical gay theory. Okay, now what? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Right.
man, like I don't understand why people are having a big deal to do with all this shit. Like, look, I don't like what Little Nas X does. Okay.
Right. My
His
thing is
last
this real. My thing is
go
if
ahead.
Lil Nas X does what he does, that's
Mhm,
okay. I don't like it. I don't like
mhm,
it. I don't agree with it. However, he's not changing anything in my life except for the fact that, you know, it may come up on my YouTube or Facebook timeline. If he's
mhm.
allowed to do that, let
Right,
him do it. But at the
right,
same time, you don't get to cancel Boozy or the baby or any of these other people who
right,
may critique the way that he's being.
right. If he can make a video where fucking men's junk is just blurred the fuck out, but after that they're all fucking naked, why can't Bootsy say I don't agree with that shit?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand where. To me, that's a double standard. You know what I mean? And
Right.
that's where I start having an issue with this whole cancel culture shit. And again, do not get it twisted. Just because I use certain words that the right wing would use, do not put me in that box because I'm not right wing by no stretch of the
Right.
imagination.
Right.
But the cancel culture, it's something that black folks created and we started, right? And now everyone else has taken it and used it to do far, far too much. You know what I
Right.
mean? And I don't think it was ever meant for that. Cancel culture was to expose racists for their racist fucking behavior. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It was not meant to censor people. It was meant to
Right.
expose people. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? And I think the game has gotten really twisted with this shit.
Well, here's my question. They always blame it on us, right? They always
Mhm.
like these people they always say, well, you know, like all they do is complain about racism and they're canceling. But ask yourself, if we don't own any media, if we don't own any news, if we don't own any music companies, if we don't own Hollywood, how is it us that's canceling?
Right.
We don't have the infrastructure to cancel. There's a difference between complaining and canceling. And for whatever reason, the people who created the language that we speak with can't seem to grasp that. If I'm complaining, saying, hey, you know, this person is kind of, you know, damn, I mean, they really say some crazy ass shit. You're not being canceled because I'm critiquing the shit that you said. And as far as I'm concerned, you can go ahead and say another sentence. You could say a whole paragraph or write a book. I don't give a fuck. I'm still going to have an opinion about it. I'm not canceling you. It's the people who own the book companies. It's the people that own the news. It's the people that own the media. And guess what? They don't look like me. So one thing that I'm sick of is all of these motherfuckers that cry about cancel culture all the time. You're crying about cancel culture, wagging your fingers at minorities, saying you guys are canceling everybody when we're not canceling shit because we don't own the means or the infrastructure to cancel a damn thing. All we do is cancel each other in the street, which is what you guys want us to do. So, you know, there's that. But that's another discussion for another day.
Absolutely. Now, again, I want it to be made very clear. If you disagree with Lil Nas X, doesn't mean you're a homophobe. Okay. First off, let me point this out. I'm not homophobic in no way, because I'm not afraid of homosexuals. Let me point that out real quick. I think that's the wrong word anyway. Right. I'm not transphobic. I'm not any of these things. But you can't sit here and keep on trying to act like anybody who doesn't agree with you is homophobic or transphobic or any of these things. Like, you know, recently, and I don't like to bring it up too often, but on TikTok, right, there was a big old war going on. And the war was like basically trans people were saying that, number one, they don't have to reveal what they were born as to anybody. It's not anybody's.
That's the next reaction video, but we'll get into it.
Right. Not only that, but they said that if you are attracted to somebody that happens to be trans, and then you find out they're trans, and then you say, "No, I'm good," you're transphobic. I disagree with that also. I think that's absolutely bullshit. The fact of the matter is, you know, back in our day, like, you know, I'm old as shit, right? So a trans person was easily spotted way back in the day. Easily spotted, right? It's starting to get a little bit more hard out here for a motherfucker to figure out if them motherfuckers is trans or not. Okay?
Right.
And, you know, it's not totally perfect yet, and there are signs, but some of these motherfuckers is hiding that shit real well.
Well, and they're doing it purposely too. That's another thing.
Right. And the thing is the fact of the matter is, I also think that if a trans person doesn't let you know that they're trans and you have sexual relations with that person, I personally think it's rape.
Yeah, it's definitely something. You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely not cool.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Because here's the thing. This is why I find that to be bullshit when they say, well, if you're attracted to a trans woman, then find out she's trans, right? And then you're not attracted to him, that's transphobia. No, it's not. It's kind of like, you know, I used to smoke, right? So a girl would see me and they'd be attracted to me. But then the minute I picked up a cigarette and started smoking, she was instantly, you know, not attracted anymore, right? Well, the fact of the matter is because she doesn't want to be with somebody who smokes. I understand that. I get it. You know what I mean? Well, it's the same thing. I could be attracted to somebody, but then find out that they're a fucking born a man. Yeah, that can change my opinion. And
or if they do drugs or something like that, or if they got a disease that's incurable, you know what I mean?
Like HIV or something. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is disclosure is important. That's number one. Number two, for any trans person that might be watching this and has made it to this point, I'm going to let you know right now. If you don't disclose that you were born the opposite sex, I'm going to be honest with you. That's not the start of a good relationship anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree.
You're starting a relationship based on deception and lying. And that means your partner will never be able to fucking trust you ever again.
Yeah,
You
you're starting out
understand?
toxic.
Right. That's a toxic thing. So you can sit here and you can feel like you don't have to go outside and you don't have to fucking say it to the world if you don't want to and be like, yeah, I'm trans and run out the, you know what I mean? But the person who you're fucking with has a right to know. And the fact of the matter is, if you don't tell them, that's actually a toxic relationship and it's starting off on the wrong foot anyway. So why would you want to? Plus, my last point of this, well, on this little part, is this. The fact of the matter is, let's just be honest. There's enough motherfuckers out there who will fuck with trans people. So why are you worried about fucking not telling them? It's not like you can't find somebody.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there are people that don't care. You know what I mean? So what's the problem with just being honest?
Exactly.
I was born a man or I was born a female, and that's what it is. Right? And I want you to know that straight up. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't play this role like, oh, they're transphobic if they don't want to get with me, even though they were attracted to me. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can make a female ugly, in my opinion. Your attitude can make you ugly real quick.
That I don't understand. So how does that logic makes no sense, because that's the same as saying that people that don't date interracially are racist automatically.
Yeah.
Like if you say, oh, I'm not attracted to a trans person.
Right.
That's the same as saying if you see a black and black couple or a white and white couple or an Asian and Asian couple, they're racist automatically because they're not with somebody of a different race. Like that's a dumb argument.
Right. Like, oh yeah, you see a white girl, you think that girl's attractive? Yeah, I think she's attractive. Go hit on her. No, I don't date white girls.
But that makes you racist.
Right?
Right.
That doesn't make you racist. It means you don't date white girls. That's all.
Right. Like that. So like if I say like, nah, I happen to like women, I like biological women only.
Yeah.
That doesn't make me anti-LGBTQ or anti or transphobic. It doesn't make me any of that. It makes me a heterosexual male. Like that's what it makes me. That means that like my procreation is meant for a long-term relationship, and a kid. You know what I mean?
I'm attracted to biological women. Period.
Right.
It's just what it is. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you can't say that, I'm transphobic because I like biological women. You can't do that. That's a bullshit. That's a bullshit argument in my opinion. So yeah. Honestly, I graduated in '87 high school, and my boy was voted most attractive at my high school, and it was like whatever. This new dialogue is a bit dramatic in some of my in my generation. Yeah, it's absolutely. It's absolutely fucking like dramatic talk. You know what I mean? Yeah, and they did make that awful argument on fucking YouTube. And I think it's just a bad argument. And I think when you sit there, and I actually have somebody that I know very well, a very close friend that actually told me, well, if that's how you feel, then that comes from transphobia. And I said, that's bullshit. That's a bullshit argument.
Now look,
and then
you see what Jesse said?
How would you know? They said, well, how would you know that you didn't like it until you tried it? And I'm like, yeah, I don't need to try it to know I don't like it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm a straight male, so I innately know I'm not gonna enjoy fucking with someone that has the same parts is me. The fact of
I've
the
never
matter is,
taken a bite out of a turd, but I know I wouldn't enjoy it, so I don't want to try it.
right. The fact of the matter is, I don't like things going up my butts, whether it's your finger or dildo or anything else. So that is an exit only spot. You know what I mean? So now, if you like a finger in your ass, okay, that's a whole different subject. And maybe you might like to fuck with a tranny, okay? But I don't. You know what I mean?
Right.
So therefore, stop pressuring me into fucking like getting with a trans person. Go ahead. What was the comment?
No, I mean, like that was Jesse had. I'm gonna put his comment back up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and if that person finds out some information like that, hold on real quick. Let me see. I just lost it. He said something about
STD, like the that STD, that SID person is liable to come down with excited delirium.
Yeah, and that's where you end up going into that whole
Right.
that gay panic defense thing.
Right.
That they're
Yeah.
actually the bar association is trying to get rid of that because they're saying that it promotes hate crimes.
Right, absolutely. And now the fact of the matter is the trans want wombs now. They want to put wombs in themselves. It's like, bro, you don't have the pieces to have a womb that's viable in your stomach. Stop that shit. We're not there. You know what I mean? So I don't know. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like basically like, whatever, man. Like it's just not something that's going down. Yeah, Law says he doesn't like to eat turds either. I don't like that. You know
I don't
what I mean?
I don't even like the smell of shit. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like this is not fucking 2 girls 1 cup. Okay, fuck out of here. That shit was disgusting. I damn near gagged in my fucking mouth. So fuck out of here. You know what I mean? If I know that I'm not into that, I know I'm not into that. If you are, then cool, you are. I don't see nothing. I don't have no problem with it, and I don't see nothing wrong with if you want to date a trans. Go ahead, date all the trans motherfuckers you want. I don't really give 2 shits. You know what
I mean, I'm not
But-
sitting here telling people like a value judgment on what you find attractive or who you want to date. What I'm saying is we need to not change the English language or not change definitions and actually use logic. Just because I'm not attracted to, same sex or trans people, that does not make me transphobic.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
and that's facts.
But that nowadays, they consider this kind of thing hate speech, but it's not hate speech.
Look, and I'll probably get canceled for this. We'll probably catch some hell on this. But I want y'all to know, listen, I think this is a legitimate conversation that we should be able to have. And
absolutely.
we're cracking a few jokes, right? But I think that it's to keep the spirits live but still be able to have a conversation. And at the end of the day, I just want y'all to know, look, trans people, go out there and have all the fun you want, have all the sex you want. But if you're trying to get with straight men and you don't let them know, I think you hold a little bit of responsibility if somebody commits an act of violence on you. I'm sorry. I know that is not a popular opinion. And I'm not saying that I am trying to endorse violent behavior on trans people. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of like you're putting yourself in a situation with somebody that you don't know. And you don't know how they feel about certain things. So it's not like, it's not like, oh yeah, you're a female, people should probably know how to control themselves. You know what I mean? Everybody learn how to control yourselves. Straight people, right? But the fact of the matter is this: if you put yourself in that position and you lie to somebody, there might be a negative reaction to your lie. And something might happen and you're putting yourself in a dangerous situation. And I get that you shouldn't have to worry about being put in a dangerous situation. I understand you feeling that way. But that's not reality. Reality is there are unstable people in this world. There's people with mental disorders. There's people that fucking just have hatred towards that situation. There's people that don't like it whatsoever. And you need to make sure that you keep yourself safe. So the smartest thing, you don't have to listen to me, but the smartest thing to do is just to put it out there and let that person make that decision. You never know. You might just catch some dude that might be like, I done fucked like thousands of these bitches. Maybe let's try this shit one time. You never know.
Weed don't get me high no more.
Right? You never know. But it's always better to be honest from gate. You would want me to be honest, right? If I had AIDS or herpes or gonorrhea or chlamydia, right? You would want to know, right?
Right.
So look at it that way. And I'm not saying that, being gay is a disease or nothing, but
no, what we're saying is we're talking about a hidden element. Like you're
right.
something you don't know. Like if I present myself, like if I meet somebody and that person is feeling me and they're feeling me to the point where we're developing a relationship. All right. Now telling you, yo, I'm rich. I have a condo. I got a private plane. I'm rich as fuck. You ain't got to worry about shit. And then come to find out after you get to know me, I kind of lied a little bit. I don't have a car and I live in Section 8. It's no different. Like you're not telling the truth up front. And honesty is honesty across the board.
Right. And that's absolutely right what it is. And I really mean this. Like, I personally think trans should just be straight up with the person that they're getting with. Because, again, just like M for your mom said, there's a lot of niggas out here that's eating ass and motherfucking like things put in their ass. You might run into a freak. You never know. This is like a sexual revolution. Guess what? Motherfuckers is fucking anything with a hole these days. Who knows? You know what I mean? So just be honest. I think it's just a safer situation. It's a that's going to start from honesty, and you never know. It might work out.
You know that thing about the revolution will not be televised?
Yeah.
Can we please make sure this one isn't as well? Because I don't want to like be going through the channels and some shit about this kind of revolution happen to come up.
Look, it's already all over the TV. These niggas is eating booties. These niggas is eating booties like groceries, nigga. Okay? All right? So it is what it is. You got a lot more nasty ass niggas that like to eat ass. All right?
That shit is wild.
You know what I mean? It's just not my cup of tea. Look, I don't drink tea. You know what I mean? If I do drink tea, I put fucking some cream in that shit. All right? You know what I mean? It is what it is. All right? I'm just saying.
Yeah, we live in a strange time. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is whatever. If they want to let people do it, then let them do it. But at the same time, critique should be available also. Right. And also, it's got to be honest critique. Like you can't sit there and say, well, I don't need to disclose that. I find it interesting that in order to go in anywhere, any place, I have to tell somebody private health information about myself. I have to say I'm negative of COVID. But you mean to tell me to become an intricate part of my life, you don't have to tell me whether you used to have a fucking dick or not? Get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is at the end of the day, I think it should be okay to have these conversations. I think it's, and right now, and I'm just going to be honest. And I'm going to say some shit that people are not going to like. The fact of the matter is this: to the LGBTQIA, ABZDEFZ community, it's not just about how you feel about shit. Okay? You're acting as if your feelings and how you feel about things is the only way that's okay. And it's not. Okay?
Right.
And
right. I'm laughing at copycat comment.
I want to date a woman that handles lesbian.
He listened to that Drake album.
Yeah. You know what I mean? look, it's not just about your feelings. You have to, you're demanding straight folks and people who don't agree with that lifestyle or don't participate in that lifestyle to accept your feelings and how you feel, but yet you're not giving the same in return, and you're not listening to straight folks and listening to what they have to say on it, because you think that your feelings supersede straight folks and their feelings. And so I think that you guys need to do a little bit more soul searching and looking a little bit more in the mirror, because what you're doing right now is you're trying to play a double standard and it doesn't work out. And you can call me all the transphobes and homophobes that you want. At the end of the day, I'm not. I voted to let you guys get married. I voted for fucking all the gay rights. I voted for you guys. And the fact of the matter is I have no problem. I never had a problem with gay people getting married. I always said, you want that drama? Go ahead and have it. You want to motherfucking deal with divorces and all that shit? Go right on ahead.
Well, they got reparations.
Yeah, okay. So it is what it is. I just, that's just how I feel. I think you're demonizing Bootsy and the baby, and I think was that him, the baby, and Tyreek. They're trying to say Tyreek is fucking, transphobe and all this other shit, homophobic and shit. No, we're not. And I actually, and this is going to be kind of funny. I actually wish that the black LGBTQ community would get the fuck out of that community. To be completely
I find
honest.
it interesting. I find it interesting that they feel that they need to get comfort in a community that has historically and collectively and still does actually, subjugate them. Because what I found interesting, right? Around the same time frame when the Lil Nas X the baby nonsense happened, that was around the same time that Ed Buck got a slap on the wrist for those 3 black LGBTQ men who were found dead at his apartment.
Well, he was later found guilty though.
Right, but he got a slap on the wrist though. I think he was found guilty of like drugs or something like that. Now
he was actually found guilty of the manslaughter or some shit like that. So
was he? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
this is just recent though. So
yeah,
Ed Buck was finally convicted. Finally.
Good.
Yeah.
And the thing is that shit took a long time because it was 3 people over 3 years. The body started dropping in 2016 and it was just okay.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And I want y'all to know that I do not condone any kind of trans murder or anything else, but I also I also do not I think LGBT and the trans community, I think you guys are really trying to overhype a lot of these trans murders, and we have to be honest. And I told you guys I might actually do a show on this, but a large majority, not all of them, right? Not all of them by no stretch of imagination, but a very large majority of the trans murders that's going on, including the black trans women who are being murdered, because there are a lot, are actually being done by their ex-boyfriends, and they're more domestic violence. They're not transphobic murders. They're ex-boyfriends and their domestic violence situations, but they are not transphobe situations. Not only that, but in a lot of situations, these trans women are actually, they know that the person that they're hooking up with is trying to keep that shit on the low, because they feel that they're going to be ostracized. And so when they split up with them, what those trans women do is they start going to, friends and families' houses and be like, yeah, I fucked with him and I'm a man and blase, blase. And, and that's usually, in a lot of cases, why a lot of y'all women are getting killed, because you guys are trying to out motherfuckers. And that's not even, and that's a no-no in your own community. So you're breaking your own community's rules by outing motherfuckers, and you don't know how they're going to react. Again,
well, not even that. You're using a homophobic attack to try to bring, you know, harm to a straight person. You're trying, how does this work? You want people to not be transphobic, allegedly, right? And in the LGBTQ community, we all understand that their definition of not being transphobic is that we all have to have an LGBTQ experience. For those open-minded individuals who have given you the trust to go ahead and have a relationship with you, if the relationship doesn't work out, you go and attack them in a homophobic way and say, I'm going to tell everybody that you messed with me. But you're not, but if you don't feel that there's something wrong with messing with you, then how is, quote, outing them actually going to be effective? Because remember, we're all supposed to be accepting this. So subconsciously, you know that people don't accept that, and you weaponize somebody else's open-mindedness and acceptance of you in a relationship to attack them with. That's another reason why people don't want to deal with that shit.
Right. And this is the biggest problem. Y'all can't, again, it's a double standard that the LGBT is trying to fucking, you know, live on. And you can't do that. You have to take responsibility. The fact of the matter is, if somebody trusts you enough and then you turn around and out them because they're not giving you money or they break up with you or whatever the fuck reason is, you know what I mean? And we saw a lot of that, you know what I mean? With a lot of those R&B stars and some of these hip hop stars, you know, showing pictures as soon as they break up with you. You know what I mean? The fact of the matter is that you're putting yourself in danger. And then you can't turn around and then say, oh, it was a transphobic attack. No, it was an attack based upon you weaponizing the LGBT, weaponizing fucking knowing how people are going to react and shit like that. And so that is not a good situation. It's not a good look for the LGBT community. And that shit's got to stop, man. That shit is absolutely got to stop. And y'all got to stop doing that shit. Because
that's facts.
If you do that, you have to deal with any repercussions that come with that. And you can't then turn around and say, well, they're transphobic. They're clearly not transphobic because they were fucking with you.
They gave you a chance, and you're taking that chance and weaponizing it. Real quick, I just want to say what's up to my man Dario Duplin that just came in here. What's good, bro?
So,
but yeah, that's crazy, man. Like, and so nobody ever says anything to the LGBTQ how they weaponize LGBTQ against, you know, people who are straight and, you know, have a LGBTQ relationship and transition into being bisexual or LGBTQ. Because that's the first thing that they do. I'm going to tell everybody that you're, quote, it's like, okay, you're gonna, but remember, we're in the assumption that we're all supposed to be accepting that. So how are you weaponizing that against me when I was open-minded enough to give you a chance? You know what I'm saying?
Right. And maybe it didn't work out for whatever reason. I mean, we have to be honest. And
I mean, if the motherfucker got past the fact that you used to have a fucking dick, I don't really see why it's, or still have one. I mean, give a motherfucker a break.
Right. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
I think it was pretty open-minded if a guy who lived his life as a straight person gave you a, you know, hooked up with you, you know what I mean? And then you go out and out him like that. That shit is bullshit, dude. That shit is fucked up. It's fucked up. And you're putting a lot of mental stress on that person, and anything can happen. And I'm not justifying it. I'm saying just what could happen.
What I want to know is there any lesbians or is there any gay, bisexual?
Is it just me or did he freeze up?
Okay. Am I still there?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Okay, all right, cool. Okay, so what I want to know is if there's any LGBTQ person, right? Like, say, for instance, there's a female LGBTQ person and she happened to find a straight man that she fell in love with. And when they broke up, that straight man says, you know what, bitch, I'm going to tell the LGBTQ community that you fucking straight. I'm going to tell the LGBTQ community that you fucking straight. Is there anybody that has ever done that? And if anybody does do that, what are the ramifications in the LGBTQ community against that?
Right. Absolutely.
I just want to know real quick, because I see some of the comments, they may be coming in late, just to make sure that we're still broadcasting. Are we back, y'all? Can y'all see us? Is everything okay?
Back. It says it's we back, all good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
So no, and I get there is not the same ramifications, and let's just be honest about that. There are not the same ramifications at all. You know what I mean?
So my question is, knowing that and knowing the struggle and knowing the strife that LGBTQ people go through, and knowing that those are unidirectional ramifications that you can use to attempt to smear somebody, why would you do that when that is absolutely what you don't want happening to your community?
Right. Now let's put it in another sense too. How many LGBTQ people commit suicide because either they were exposed, called out, or they just, were depressed, right?
Right.
As people in the LGBT community, better than anybody else the mental stresses that you went through coming out, or that you are. You know what I mean? And you haven't came out yet, and you know why you haven't came out yet, right? And so the fact of the matter is, when you do that to somebody that's living their life as a straight person, what do you think's going to happen? Anything can happen. You could be, pushing someone to commit suicide, or to murder you, or fucking hurt somebody else, or hurt a whole bunch of LGBT people because of your actions. And so when you're so self-centered to think that there are no ramifications for outing someone, I think that is hypocritical. And so
absolutely,
it's absolutely hypocritical, because if there's anybody that would know what it is, it would be you. And then you go off and do that to a quote unquote straight person, and you call them out, and you fucking do that shit to them. I think
not cool.
Not cool at all. It's just not cool at all. You know what I mean? So, in my personal opinion, I just think that I think the LGBT community needs to do better.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And absolutely, follow some standards that actually are logical and are standardized across the board. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Logical, and it's equal across the board. Absolutely.
Yeah. What's up, Cat-Eyed Oracle? What's good with you?
It is what it is. Again, I know I probably offended some LGBT, but you need to slow down before getting in your fucking feelings, and take into account how people are seeing this, and take into account how you would have felt before you came out, if someone outed you. You know what I mean?
And the thing is also, like, okay, so if, say for instance, you're a straight man, right? And you've never been in a relationship with another man, right? Then all of a sudden something happens and you get into a relationship with another man, right? That event turns you from straight to bisexual, or from straight to LGBTQ. If you're a LGBTQ man and you happen to find a straight woman, that doesn't change anything about that woman. So like they can the way that the direction goes of how and who they choose to make relationships with, that's one of the things that they can be manipulative with and weaponize, and like nobody talks about that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I gotta agree with Copycat here. Logic does not exist in any society. That's facts. It's one of the reasons why our society is completely, illegitimate. I talk about that on my channel all the time.
Right. I'm not gonna argue. You're not gonna see me arguing that shit. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So so there's our instant reaction to that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, we all got to do better. They not immune to that. Hold them accountable. Absolutely. I think They hold us accountable for a lot of different things that we do, which I say, okay, cool. But when the shoe's on the other foot, all of a sudden they want to make that us being transphobic or LGBT or homophobic, anti-LGBT or something. And no, we're holding you accountable just like you would hold us accountable. And I think more people need to think about that.
Yeah, no doubt. Facts.
You know what I mean? My gay homie grown up not disrespecting my choices is why I'm not judgmental to this day. Absolutely. You know what I mean? I don't agree with the jumping back and forth. And that's cool. You know, if you don't agree with that, then that's cool.
That just made me think of that video game Battletoads.
Wow.
On a lily pad. I'm just jump back and forth.
Wow.
Man, who remember that game Battletoads, man? Listen, man, you dealing with some old Negroes up in here. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Let's start ripping a little bit of God right now. Let's start ripping some God real quick. All right. All right. So, all right. How can I start this? Okay, so me as an atheist, I want y'all to understand. Here, let me go equal with each other. Me as an atheist, a lot of people know that I'm an atheist. A lot of people know.
You mean you don't worship the devil?
Yeah, I don't worship the devil because I don't believe that there is a devil. Yeah,
I'm disappointed.
You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I do want to point out though the Satanists are actually fighting for women's right. So guess what, women? If you're feminists and you're fighting for women to get their right to have abortions in Texas, guess what? You're siding on the same side as Satanists. Ha ha. Now what? Anyway,
that's because what's the root word of evil? Isn't it Eve?
No comment. Okay. Okay. Now look. Okay. So everybody knows that I'm an atheist. And I've always told people, religion will get people to do very disgusting things. Okay.
Yeah,
and a lot of times I'll be talking to people about my atheism, and what they'll do is they'll try to tell me about their experience, and they'll try to convince me that God is real because of their personal experience with God. Okay. And I always tell them that's anecdotal at best, and you guys have to stop using these examples as some sort of proof for God. Because if I accept yours, then I have to accept every other person's experience when they use the idea of God.
So before you go real deep into it, right? I want to let's gauge the room. Okay. First of all, do we have any atheists in here other than Izzy? Do we have any Christians in here? And have you all ever heard an atheist and Christianity discussion type thing? I'm just curious because in my opinion, when atheists and Christians sit down and debate in a logical, that's one of the, like, we used to be on an app called Periscope, and that's how I actually came into contact with Izzy, because when Izzy would actually find a Christian that could have a conversation with him without getting into their feelings, is actually a fascinating conversation. It's a fascinating dialogue, and I think both parties end up walking away from it with either more questions or a better understanding, which in my opinion, anytime you sit down with opposing views to try to, have a conversation and understand each other, that should always be the goal. So I always found that very interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So we got a roster in there. I am an understanding atheist. That's cool. We used to that. Yeah, absolutely. So we got a couple atheists, a couple Rasta, a couple, believers, I'm sure. And the thing is I tend to hear a lot when I talk to theists and believers. I can't explain it. I had a personal experience with God, and you can never change my mind. And I can't accept that as any kind of evidence that was true or really happen because it's not repeatable and I can't see it. It's something that happened with you. Now, I don't tell you that your experience is not true because I'm pretty sure it's true to you, right? I just don't believe that it is actually a true statement. I believe God is a woman. I believe that if there was a God, it wouldn't be a woman or a fucking man. It would be greater than both. I think trying to put a sex on a God is kind of stupid, actually.
I think if there is something that like our idea, because you got to understand, for one, like my thing is like we got a limited understanding of reality outside of anything. We have a limited understanding of reality outside of our immediate reality. So in my opinion, if there is a such thing as a God or some kind of force or some kind of whatever that holds reality together, it's so far beyond the comprehension of the mechanics of our brains that it's insignificant for us to conceive.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, like it doesn't matter. Like it's beyond us.
Right. No, absolutely. And so I tell y'all, I can't accept that shit for a reason. And I'm going to give you a prime example of why I can't accept that. Because if I accept your, experience is true, then I then have to accept every other person that says that they had an experience that's true. You see what I'm saying? And then when we start getting into this conversation, you start delving into very funny waters, right? And I've always said, a sane person can be pushed to doing evil things based upon religion.
Yeah.
Okay. And
would you say based upon religion, or would you say based upon the way people structure how belief justifies action?
Both. Because you can justify it with religion and you can justify it with belief and action. So it's both. Facts. You know what I mean? And this is the reason. And let me pull this article up real quick. I want you to look at this gentleman. This gentleman is in prison right now, or in jail right now, for murder. He committed a quadruple homicide. He's a former U.S. Marine. His name is Brian Riley. Okay. This ex-Marine killed 4 apparent strangers after claiming God gave him a vision about a girl dying by suicide.
That's common. That people say that kind of stuff all the time. That dude Aiden Fauci, he's you know about Aiden Fauci. He's saying now that it was demons that made him do it.
Right. There's actually been at least 7 stories in the last 2 weeks of people, both black and white, that have killed children and random people because God told them to. Okay? So if I accept your claim of your experience with your God, I also have to accept his claim that God talked to him. And then, guess what? Then we have to have a whole new conversation about if God talked to him and we all accept that God talked to him, is he guilty or is he innocent? Because he was doing God's work. Okay? So I need y'all to pay attention to this shit. Okay? And you can say false prophet all you want. And this is the problem. Whenever you got somebody who post the idea of God and they do something that you think is morally objectable, you say, oh, it was a false prophet. But here's the problem with that. Was it a false prophet in the Old Testament when motherfucking God told the fucking Israelites to kill fucking the Amalekites and the fucking Adamites and all these other motherfuckers and commit complete genocide and take the women fucking that have never been touched, basically the virgins, as their wives and rape them for the rest of their lives? Was it fucking false prophet when God fucking killed fucking the firstborn of kids? Was it a false prophet when God killed motherfucking the 42 fucking little boys for calling Elijah a baldy? Was it a false prophet? Was it false prophets then?
In the Old Testament, most of that stuff was allegedly, right? Allegedly, like the direct voice of God.
Right. But it was also by the word. Moses was the word. He was talked to by God and he passed on the message. He was a quote unquote prophet.
Right. Now, see, this is kind of where I'm not an atheist, but this is one of the reasons why me and Izzy like get along and understand on a certain level about certain things. Because the thing is that if there's no evidence of a God, if there's no evidence of any kind of divine decree to give a certain person authority over other people, you have to understand how that ties into the government and propaganda. We got "In God We Trust" on our money. We have, you put your hand on the Bible, but some people don't look at the Bible as evidence. So why are you doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like, even, there's the divine, what was that called? The, what was that called when they expanded westward, manifest dynasty.
Manifest destiny. Yeah.
Manifest destiny. Yeah. Slavery, they justified. They called, the curse of Ham, Canaanites. A lot of stuff that comes directly from religion is an alleged justification of government legalized and government sanctioned racism and genocide. And there's people that still hold these ideas to this day. You still have people alive based on religion. You still have people alive in the government today that say that, quote, slavery was a necessary evil. No, it wasn't. It's not necessary. It's not. We're not doing that now here in the United States. So how is it ever a necessary evil?
And let me point something out. Copycat, I'm going to ask you a question and I'm going to need an answer. And again, I see what you wrote. You said there's tons of evidence. When he said there's not really evidence for a God, you said there's tons of evidence. So I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to need you to really listen to my question. And I really want a very sincere answer if you could, please. Okay? My question is, what is the evidence that God is even an option for the beginning of everything that we know? Not counting, and this is the key part, listen to this part, not counting the supposed actions of your God, which means you can't use the Bible as evidence. You can't use any kind of fucking prophecy or fucking anything that was written down by man. You can't use earth, the universe, living things. You can't use any of that as evidence because that is supposed based upon a book. That's the claim. So, what is the evidence that God is even an option? Not counting the supposed action of the God that you claim is real. Please answer that. And I would like an honest answer. So, which means if you don't have an answer, I will accept I don't have any or I don't know. So, if you could give me an answer on that, we're going to continue talking and I will wait for your answer.
Well, I want to expand on that too, if you don't mind, real quick,
Yeah,
bro.
go ahead. Please do.
So to all the people that's in here from YouTube, right? The people that are that are in the chat, if you probably watched, like Duke and Don and been like watching all of the stuff that's been going on with Fresh and Fit, right? If you look at the test of evidence that Duke and Don always criticizes Fresh and Fit and Rollo Tomasi about, what Duke and Don always say is that there's no empirical evidence that makes any of those claims in the book Rational Male true. However, the book is continuously quoted. That is literally the same situation that Izzy is describing about the Bible.
Mm-hmm. So the question
because it's written down, because it's written down, we're saying that it's fact, but we don't. There's nothing validating or verifying that any events in the Bible actually took place. Like, it's cool to believe it. Like, if you're, I'm not saying not to believe. We're just examining it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're just saying, like, where's actual proof? Where's
no, I'm not
where's
even
a
asking for
tangible
proof. I'm not even asking for proof. I'm asking for evidence. So the question is simply this. This question is this. What is your evidence that God, your God, is even an option for being the creator of all of these things outside of the supposed actions of said God and outside of the claims that are presented to you in the Bible? Okay, you don't get to ask a question to the question. I'm asking for an answer. And you said, do you know anything that is not from the earth? Evidence has to be seen. No, I don't know anything that's outside of this time and space that we're in right now. No.
Well, and also to add to that, quantum theory also says that reality interacts with us different when we're observing it. So the only thing that we can literally kind of say with some certainty that we can't even say with 100% certainty, because the only thing that we can draw our experience from is our five senses, is that we know and see how reality is interacting with us through our five senses in our observable reality. Things could be going on behind my back that I don't know or that I can't observe, and it could change when I turn around based on the double blind experiment. If you guys looked the double blind experiment up.
And again, copycat. That's the problem with your argument. That's the main problem with your argument right there. You said, so any evidence I can give has to be from the earth. Wrong. Because you're assuming that your God, that you have zero evidence for, actually did those things. So your logic is actually failing you right now. There is zero evidence that God is even an option. Let me put it in a different way. There's just as much evidence that your God was the creator of all things as Superman being the creator of all things. And that's the problem. And I can sit here and say, well, look at the earth and look at the fucking sky and look at everything go. And Superman did that. You know how Superman did that? He punched fucking into nothing. And from that punch of nothing into nothingness came the universe. Yeah, it does make sense. Pay attention. Superman punched into nothing. And from that punch, it created the Big Bang, or what we consider the Big Bang. And that is the whole universe that we see of time and space today. And that's what created the earth. And all this shit that we see, the universe, space, time, the earth, animals, fucking bushes, all of that is evidence for Superman doing fucking it all.
But here's another thing that I want to introduce also. You know what I'm saying? And you might have something to say about this, Izzy. So copycat, and don't feel like we're picking on you or anything. We're just having a discussion and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what we do. Like this is how you get like interesting stuff. So you referenced the stones, right? So like we got like the emerald tablets, and then like there's drawings inside of caves, and then there's monoliths, and you got hieroglyphics and all of that, right? But let's introduce this, right? Okay, even in Christianity, they talk about the Holy Spirit, right? And allegedly, right, the alleged definition of what the Holy Spirit is that it's some kind of force, right? So we know that
I'm gonna talk to you about that in a second. Keep on going, bro.
So we know that there's a force that that governs our universe.
Time out. Sorry. Time out. What is that? Bush Pronta? Let me explain something to you first off. If your volume is up, that's your problem. If you don't know how to use your volume, that's your problem. How I deal with my show and how I talk on my shit is my business. And what you need to do is you need to fucking chill and motherfucking go stick something up your fucking ass real quick so you can mind your business and let me do what the fuck I do. You see how this works? So check this out. So while I sit over here and talk whatever the fuck way I want to talk in my home, on my podcast, on my shit, you can take your funky ass, stick a fucking dildo right the fuck up that motherfucker and tickle your fucking G-spot, bitch. Because guess what? I do what the fuck I want to do in my home, and you do what the fuck you want to do in your home. And guess what? You mind your business, and I'ma mind mine. All right.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to put this one on Patreon.
Right. If you don't like how the fuck I do what the fuck I do, you are more than fucking welcome to take your funky ass, press the X on your goddamn screen, and leave, bitch. Let me say it again. Leave, bitch. Okay, keep on going.
So we got all of these different, like, we got the Holy Spirit, right? And his forces or whatever, right? But my thing is, right, when it comes to the God concept, in my opinion, if there is a such thing, the God concept that we have is merged with some kind of ancient astronaut theories. I think that quantum mechanics, quantum foam, theory of relativity, laws of the universe, Fibonacci sequence,
take care of that. Go ahead. Sorry.
All of those things that put the put the world together. I think that we merge that concept with an ancient astronaut theory, because the only evidence of what we have in the Bible is that there's some kind of possible humanoid encounter that somewhat civilized us and punished us and taught us how to progress as a civilization, and that there's no evidence that that's the actual God. But what's happening is that we're merging scientific phenomenon with possible more advanced humanoid encounters, and we're making that into our mystical figures that we see in religion or mythology.
All right, because he's on motherfucking black light shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, he must be in mine.
Yeah, he must be in yours. So don't trip. It's all good. But anyway, check this out, bro. Stop. What is the word that I'm looking for? It is stop projecting your feminine ways with my masculine ways, because you can't handle a man that speaks with his motherfucking chest. All right. Now, with that being said.
Wait, hold on. Why did he say you was a typical black woman?
Yeah, because he's a bitch and he has a pussy and he don't speak with his chest like a man do, right? Because he ain't never heard and seen a black man who speak with his chest. So this is new because he come from a single mama household, right? Because the fact of the matter is his daddy either dropped the bitch or he was in prison. All right. And then that bitch dropped that nigga on his motherfucking head. You see what I'm saying? So the fact of the matter is, who's really the bitch now, nigga? Okay, now anyway.
Yeah, right. Nah, I agree with this. I agree with Tommy. Like, why are they using black woman as an insult? Yeah, like I don't know. That's not cool because we don't insult that way around here. And real quick, I just wanted to say what's good to my homie Bronze the God, man. That's one of my dudes, man. He supports the channel and I appreciate him. You know what I'm saying?
M4, thank you for the compliment, brother. I appreciate it. Have a great night. For sure. We'll hopefully you come back and we can have this conversation some more. But let's talk about this real quick. When we talk about these old tablets that she had, I think Copycat had brought up. I want you to understand, just because something lasts for a long time, I want you to understand that we cannot just automatically say, well, it lasted for a long time, so therefore it's true, right? That's a kind of a that's not something that we should do as logical thinking human beings, because at the end of the day, right, we have to understand that they looked at the world completely different than us. And so when they were trying to figure these things out, and we know that this is how humans' brains work, when we're trying to figure something out, and when we don't have an answer, we like, right? We like to fucking, we like to insert things, right? It's a placeholder, if you will, right? So that it answers the questions that we can't answer at that time. And for a long time, humans use God as that placeholder. But as we come into the modern times and we start understanding science, right? And we start understanding quantum mechanics and we start understanding, all of these things, right? What we start realizing is the idea of a God starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And God is less needed more and more and more and more. So just because some lasts a long time, we can't sit here and say that these are necessarily the best ideals to fucking, go with. You know what I mean?
Right.
We know that motherfuckers used to sacrifice children and virgins and women, and we know that because the text lasted that long. Does that mean that fucking we should go around killing fucking kids and fucking virgins and shit so it starts to rain? No, we don't. We don't do that kind of shit. So we have to stop, automatically assuming that they were right. And I'm not saying to underestimate the intellect of the ancients, because I actually think the ancients were actually very, very intelligent people. Okay.
Right.
And I think that there's
Absolutely.
plenty of evidence that the ancients were very intelligent people, right? But the fact of the matter is, when we sit here and we look at what they're saying, I think there's more evidence to say that it was possibly another group from maybe another planet, people who had higher technology. But you can't automatically say that the idea of who they called a god was actually a god. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
We can't do that, and that's not right. And again, going back to evidence is the testimonies. Well, guess what, ma'am? My point, you're kind of bringing me back to my point, which is, guess what? This is his testimony. And it's also the testimony of many other people who've killed their kids. As a matter of fact, there was a dude, a QAnon guy, who was a deep religious dude who just killed his whole family because he thought the demons were going to come get him and his family. And those are testimonies. They're just as real testimonies as back in those days of testimonies. So we cannot use those as absolute fact. Can we look at them and try to deduce what they meant or what they saw or what they, understood? Absolutely, we can try to, but we cannot sit here and pose that, oh yeah, a God. Right? We can't do that. That's not logical in thinking. You know what I mean?
And and the reason, and the thing is that what people have to understand is that, you know, we have to understand the way that our brains were trained to be tricked. Because the thing is that I'm not telling people not to be religious. I'm not attacking people's religion. What I'm saying is that the same methods that you're trained to believe a religion without questioning is the same way that you're trained to believe other things without questioning. So if you start to examine things that make you uncomfortable in an honest and objective way, then some of the things that the world wants you to be confused about so that you remain subjugated will start to become a lot more obvious a lot faster.
Right. Now, listen, copycat, let me first let you know, the minute you fucking try to attack my intellect is the minute you've lost the whole debate. This whole conversation just went right down the tube the minute you challenged my intellect, because you assume that I don't know what you know. You assume that I haven't studied. I'm 44 years old. You know what I mean? I've been studying religions for over 30 years, 35 years. I took seminary. I've studied almost every single religion. Well, not every single religion, every single main religion out there.
Okay? I just want to make an announcement real quick. Drunken Monk would like everybody to know that he lacks small nuts.
Right. You know what I mean? So when you sit there and say, oh, you just don't have knowledge, how do you know I don't have knowledge? You can't say that. You don't know me from anything. I have more expertise on religious studies because this is what the fuck I do. My two majors is religious studies and motherfucking history. So when you sit here and you just automatically assume that fucking I don't know something, then that's when you automatically lose the whole argument. So that's on that situation. That's number one. Number two, when we still, no, you keep on asking me questions, but you have yet to answer my one question. Okay? And then when you answer my one question, then I'll consider answering your questions. And this is the problem. You thought that you was going to be able to answer my question with the question, and then you thought you was going to make a point, but you made no point. You've never answered the question. So, sir, no, until you answer my question, you don't get any answers. You don't get your questions answered. And that's called respect. That's what that is. Now, if you want to try to prove to me that there is a God, you're more than welcome to try. But you still haven't been able to fucking give me just a slightest piece of evidence that God is even an option. See, so when you can give me just evidence, I'm not asking for proof, because there is a difference between evidence and proof. I'm asking for evidence. That's it. You know what I mean? And so that's how this works. All right? Get someone better equipped. Oh, yeah. Okay. Says the guy that still hasn't answered the question and is talking shit because he can't answer the question. See how this logic is working out? Your logic for fucking talking shit is just as good as your logic for your God. It's shitty. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. No, I lack wisdom? Yeah. Okay. I lack wisdom and you lack answers. Okay? Okay. If you want to say I lack wisdom, wisdom don't mean shit. You lack answers. Okay? So trying to define the infinite gets a lot of motherfuckers shook. Yeah, absolutely it does. And this is the problem, because your boy Copycat is really in his feelings right now. He's really in his feelings. He's trying to attack me in every single way. He's trying to attack my wisdom and my intellect. Why? Because he can't answer a simple question. Now that says
Well,
a whole lot more about you than me, and you are in your feelings. You are definitely in your feelings because you felt you needed to attack me personally instead of engaging in the conversation. So you are clearly in your feelings. You are clearly in your emo ass feelings. Go ahead.
Well, my thing is a lot of times when like people have these kind of conversations, you know what I'm saying? Like it can be like a culture shock because a lot of like when it comes to like religion, you know what I'm saying? Because like I went to a religious school as a kid, you know what I mean? Um like the thing is that you're only taught to believe. You're not taught to question. And sometimes, you know, if you don't routinely question things, then it when that occurs, it can be kind of like unfamiliar territory, which can be, you know,
Absolutely.
a shocker,
Absolutely.
you know.
Absolutely. And yes, brother, you are absolutely in your feelings and you are clearly showing it. I've yet to call you a name. I've yet to challenge your intellect or anything else like that and tell you you're stupid or you lack wisdom or anything. I don't need to attack you. My arguments are motherfucking sound enough. See, this is the problem. The difference between you and me is I actually have arguments. You have none. There's a difference between you and me, sir. I want you to make sure you understand that shit. There's a difference between you and me. And yes, you are religious. If you believe in any kind of God at all, in any way, shape, or form, you absolutely are religious, sir. That is the definition of religion, sir. You don't get to change the definition of religion because you don't like the connotations that come with it.
Pull it up.
Period.
Pull up the religious definition and check out Faith Enlightened's question.
Can you read the question to me real quick?
Yeah, she said a question for Izzy. I don't want to get deep into it, but I do want to hear your view. Where do you believe we as a civilization came from or started? I have my views, but I love to feed my mind.
As a civilization, that's a little bit different from where we came from as people.
I
So
think
as
I think she's asking in general, like the whole thing, like as in people and in the civilization.
well, again, I think the best answer that we have is evolution, but I am open to correction if evolution is deemed to be not a sufficient answer. But I think there's enough evidence that shows that evolution is literally what it is. Now, here's the definition for religion: the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. And if you believe in a god or gods or superhuman fucking controlling power, guess what? You believe in a religion, period. It might not have a name, but it is a religion. Facts. This is the words that we use. So again, you're wrong, sir. You are religious. If you are on Haps, I can invite you up as long as you're on Haps. And it looks like you are on Haps. So I can bring you up if you would like to come up. And we don't have to put you on cam, but I can put you on.
What's up, Grundy?
So Tommy, I just invited you up, so you are more than welcome to come up if you want to speak on this, because after this we're going to get into the main conversation. Yes, again, the definition is right in front of you, sir. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about the definition of a word. We use definitions for. I just did call you up, Tommy, so you can come up whenever you want to come up. I'm not gonna debate you on a word when the definition is right in front of you, sir. So I'm not finna fucking debate with you on that. The definition is literally right in front of you. You can look it up in any dictionary. You can look it up in Google. Google is your friend right now. You are religious, and there is no debate about it, period. You believe in a God, you're religious. End of story. Check and mate. All right? All right. So, when we talk about this, yeah, I think evolution is the best answer. I think Jesus, I think not Jesus. I'm over here. I just saw the white Jesus. Uh, I think evolution
Did you
is the best answer. Yeah.
see him, or was it a hallucination, or are you talking about in the chat?
No, I saw it in the chat. You know what I mean? So the fact of the matter is, I do believe that evolution is the best answer as of yet. If you're talking about the whole universe and the whole everything, how did everything get started? I'm just going to give you an intellectually honest answer, and that answer is I don't know, and none of us do, and I'm okay with not knowing. You see what I'm saying?
I think that.
Okay, sir, one more time. I'm sorry. This is the
No, go
last
ahead.
time I'm going to fucking say this with you, copycat. Obviously, you're not understanding fucking definitions. There is nothing in this definition of religion that has anything to do with motherfucking your worshiping anything. You believe in it. It's a belief in and worship of a God. If you believe in a God, you clearly, and you're repping for God so hard, so you clearly worship your God. Okay, your God. Again, make sure you pay attention to the words that I'm using, which is your God, because you clearly made up your own God. So the fact of the matter is, you are religious. This is not no longer up for debate. And so if you keep on saying it, again, I'll just ignore your comments from now on, because I don't debate stupid people. All right. Now, yeah. So let's get back into it. The answer for everything, I don't know. Nobody knows. There is no one that I think it's a little bit more complicated than that, Fee. But if you want to go in very basic terms, yeah. Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
Here's my question, right? Like, this is one thing that I always found interesting. And me and Izzy, we actually had a conversation about this. Now, when you talk about a religion, right? A religion, in my opinion, and I think this is actually fact. I don't think this is just my opinion, but religion is usually considered a faith-based institution. And religion is usually in the religious text. The religion tells you that it's a faith-based institution, right? It says that you
in Abrahamic belief systems.
in Abrahamic belief systems.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
In Abrahamic belief systems. So the thing is what I don't understand a lot of times is, I think that a lot of times people who are religious don't understand their religion to the point where, when you have a conversation with somebody who is a non-believer or an atheist, you need to go into that conversation saying, I have faith. Because I think that when people go into the conversation and say that they have faith, if you are communicating to an atheist at that point, an atheist understands that your belief system is based on faith, and you're not claiming evidence or proof.
Right. The minute you say God is real and you can't deny him, that's a problem. If you want to say, I have faith that there is a God, a creator, a higher power, okay, cool, whatever. You know what I mean? You can have that belief system. I don't really give two shits. You know what I mean? Absolutely no two shits at all. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not trying to even turn anybody into a atheist. If you want to believe in a God and it makes you feel better, go ahead. Go right on ahead. I don't give two shits. You know what I mean? Tommy, I don't know if you're still in here, but if you are, again, come on up, and then so we can have this conversation, because I kind of want to move on to the next thing, because we're kind of, at the tail end of this. So Tommy, please, if you want to come up, please come up. I am more than willing to hear you out. Also, if anybody wants to join the conversation, you are more than welcome to join the conversation. I also have a call-in number. So if you want to call in, I'll let anybody call in also. I have no issues with that either.
What's the number, bro?
The number is 702 909 1422. So 702-909-1422.
You got to read it all fast. You got to read it all fast and crazy like the Black Authority do. 702-909-1422. 709-909-1422. 702-909-1422. 709-1422.
702-909-1422. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. No, I was encouraging the copy guy to call, but doesn't want to. No, he's on YouTube. He's
on. Yeah,
he's
on. Copycat is welcome to call in if he wants to. He can call in with the number.
He can,
or he could use or he can use Haps. You know.
Yeah,
that option is always available.
You know what I mean?
You said you're in Paraguay. Okay, so it probably will be cheaper than for you to just download the Haps app and call in. I saw you speaking some Espanol down there. You must have been swearing because it was it was blocking it on Haps.
Yeah, he was in his feelings swearing.
You cabron. Yeah, but if you download the Haps app, not only would you be able to call in, but you could also watch the broadcast on Haps, and that'll just be another notification source in case you missed the notification on YouTube, because YouTube isn't always kind to us people that like to open dialogue and talk about alternative type things. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Does Jacob ever get on Haps? I have not seen Jacob on Haps yet. I don't know if he even knows about it, but I've been trying to get a hold of him. He's just kind of busy.
Jacob is one of them. Jacob just appears, like he'd just appear and then he'd just be gone.
Yeah,
and then he'd just appear like and then just be gone.
He disappears like Jesus and then he reappears like Jesus.
Right. And then like he had Jacob has this. Jacob should be a celebrity, man. Like I always called that dude like the atheist Wayne Brady, because like he'll literally be gone for 2 years and then like literally come back and just act like I wasn't gone for 2 years. Like let's just get right back into talking about atheism. It's like, damn, bro, like what the fuck you been doing for the last 2 years?
Let's talk.
Do you check your inbox, motherfucker? Like
within you, it's a little harder to be a greedy elitist tool bag. Yeah, that's true too. You know what I mean? So again, again, the fact of the matter is this, I'll debate anybody about this Bible shit. But if you're trying to use the original claim as proof, if you're trying to use any claim, and the original claim is quite literally the stones that were written in, the papyrus that was written on, the fucking words in the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, the fucking, any of these. If you're trying to use any of these things as evidence for a God, your argument and your argumentation is already flawed. And I need people to start realizing this. And again, copycat, you might be a pretty knowledgeable dude, but you need to understand that your argumentation is flawed from the gate. And maybe you need to think about your argumentation before you come at a dude like me. I literally fucking debate professors, you know what I mean, and theologians and theists that have 40 and 50 years in this fucking line. Okay? I'm known for this. This is what I do. And so I would suggest that you reword your argumentation and fucking, start coming up with better answers rather than questions for questions. You know what I mean? Make sure you have answers. If you don't have no answers, you got a problem. You know what I mean? Another problem I see with the idea of a God, honestly, is the concept of an uncaused cause. That's my biggest problem with religion. Any
You said
religion.
what is it? What was it? What
It's
was it? The
uncaused cause.
what's that?
What it basically means is when people believe in a God, and it doesn't really matter which God that they fucking believe in, that God is the person who created everything that we're in under right now, right? And so basically, it's basically saying that this God was not created by anything. It was there. It's always been there. It's an uncaused cause. You understand? And so that argumentation is problematic because it doesn't follow logic. Because a lot of people's arguments is complexity, the argument of complexity, and the watchmaker argument combined. You know, and when you
Got you.
use
Got you.
and when you use the watchmaker argument and the argument of complexity, um, it usually leads back to an uncaused cause, and that's problematic as fuck. You know what I mean? It's totally
Right.
completely problematic. So, you know, it's special pleading. It's special pleading fallacies. You know what I mean?
Got you. All right.
So that's what it is. Answer your question, and then we're gonna move on to the next subject.
So real quick, y'all, before y'all get into this question, we have a group on Facebook. It's called Reality Check Virtual Radio Black Light Revelations Podcast Group, and we post articles, information, have discussions between shows. So if y'all want to join that group, I'm putting the link in the chat for it right now. So make sure y'all hit that link and hit join on that group. All right.
Yeah,
All right, go
and
ahead, Joe. My bad.
like I said, any question that you have to have about religion, until you give me an answer, I'm not answering any of your questions. It's a matter of respect, dude. When you can give me an answer, an honest, intellectual answer, I'll answer your questions. Until then, I'm good. You know what I mean? All right. So I'm a faithful and spiritual, and I'm a person that struggles with the title of religion. I do believe that there's a higher power, higher being, but appreciate I I appreciate to hear other points of views. And that's a great thing. I respect that. The only reason I'm kind of anal on people that fucking say anything about, oh well, I don't like religion, I don't like that title. I look at it as, well, it's a word that is used, and I know the word has been kind of corrupted through time, right? And so because um the word religion has been kind of corrupted with the different religions out there, primarily Abrahamic belief systems, I can understand why people would have a problem with that, but I don't think it's a legitimate argument. So I kind of say, well, these are the words that we use today, and they have definitions, and until somebody changes the definition, I'm going to continue to use the word. You know what I mean? And so
Right.
and so because of that, um I that's how I do that. um you called my concept stupid, Mr. Unruly Man. I'm sorry, the cat. I'm sorry, cat. um yeah, and I have your fucking Ethiopian Bible also, so in Ethiopian. So, and what's your point? Again, copycat, you're really not saying anything to me. You're just kind of, all you're doing is trying to pose questions, trying to fucking get me to fucking answer the questions. And then fucking, if I fucking get something wrong, then you'll be like, see, you don't know nothing. I know exactly what the fuck you're doing. This shit is old. And you still haven't answered any of my questions. So therefore, stop. It's you're not fooling anybody. Again, your argumentation is weak at best. Sorry, sir. All right.
Damn, not average at best.
No, it's not even average. It's weak. And he needs to learn better argumentation. You really need to take some more time out of your life to actually learn better argumentation. So what I would suggest to you is go read Philosophy 101, and go read all of the rules of philosophy and understand those rules. And then once you do that, then you'll probably be able to pose better questions and make better argumentation. Until then, I don't really have the time for, layman's. Sorry about your bad luck, buddy. All right.
So formal logic is also good for that kind of thing too.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So he's not doing his God any favors at all whatsoever. Absolutely whatsoever. All right. So let's get to the main part of the conversation today. And the main topic of conversation is blackface, the blackface of white supremacy. Okay.
Which one?
The cat. I don't doubt that you could debate me. Is God not a paradox? I actually think if you sincerely think about it, I think God is a paradox. And I think believers in any kind of higher power or God actually have to deal with that paradox before bringing it to my table, to be honest, drunken monk.
Go into that a little bit. Go into that a little bit.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, the paradox of God is actually a concept, right? And there's so many different ideals and definitions and of a God, right? That have nobody's ever been able to actually bring any kind of evidence for. So until anybody can bring any kind of evidence on it, it is simply a concept, right? And then the concept is problematic in itself because it contradicts itself if you actually think about the concept of God in itself, right? If you actually question the concept, the God concept, right? And just to let you guys know, I'm actually writing a book about the God concept. But anyway, I'll promote that the closer we get to me being done with the book. But the God concept itself is a paradox in itself because it kind of goes against itself in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? And so, I think a lot of people need to actually deal with that paradox and get the God concept that they're talking about in order before they actually bring their God concept to my table. You know what I mean? Let me write your forward, Izzy. You absolutely can write my forward, Monk. Abso-fucking-lutely you can. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely you can, sir. Absolutely. No question about it. I will let you write my forward in a hot second. Not even fucking, there's not even a question about it. Because we've been fucking with each other for 5, 6, 7 years. So I got you. And I still got your number, so don't trip. I got you. I hit you up and then I'll send it to you. You can read it and then you can write the forward on it. So real quick, I'm dead serious. You think I'm playing? I'm not playing at all. So this is what I'll do. When we talk about the God concept, because this is actually, when we talk about the God concept, it's a lot deeper than a lot of people realize. It's not like this simple ideal. And so it's like the explanation is that I just gave is probably going to be the best explanation I can in a quick time because it is already 11:27 and I was actually trying to end this by 12, but it looks like we might go to about 12:30. So if you want,
we'll stay on longer for some serious donations.
Right. Hey, look, if y'all motherfuckers got some, if y'all start putting some motherfucking money in my Cash App, you know what I mean? We can get into this fucking shit tonight.
That's
You know what I mean?
hilarious.
But if you want, what I can do is we can either next week we can actually dedicate a whole section of the show to the God concept, and we can talk about it then, or
we
I
can
can do a
start
show during the week.
If the schedule permits
Mhm.
for Izzy, we could start early next week too. Like we can maybe start at 10, and like
Right.
just 10 to be like this philosophy, you know, atheism,
Yeah, I'm
religion,
down.
whatever discussion.
I'm down.
And
I'm
then we can go into the
absolutely down.
political stuff. Yeah,
Absolutely
we can do
down.
that.
We
So
can
if
do
that's
that.
something that y'all want to do, let us know in the comments. All right. Like
Right.
put that in there. Tell us that you want to do that. You know what I'm saying? And we will. And then also make sure y'all put some good information for us in that group, and we'll go over all that. So let us know if that's what you want. Because if not, we ain't gonna waste our time. We'll come
Right.
the fuck on at 11
Right.
o'clock
Absolutely.
and do what the fuck we always do. But if that's what y'all want, we will for sure do that. And we just got a donation from Drunken Monk. So that's what's up. Appreciate you, bro.
Good looking, drunk. You know what I mean? Look, the fact of the matter is, this God concept is a very deep concept. It's a very deep conversation. Like I had a 5-hour scope one time strictly on the God concept.
Well, I think it also goes back into like what I was saying in the beginning is that first of all, like one thing that we got to understand is that when we talk about God, all right, if we're going to accept that notion or if we're going to try to put it into a conceptual framework, if we're going to try to do that, what we have to understand is that we have no frame of reference and we're trying to unexplain the unexplainable. So first of all, how do you do that? Right. And that's not meant to hurt anybody's feelings. It's not meant to upset anybody. What we have to understand is that we don't even understand ourselves in our entirety. And we're trying to understand whatever it may be, whether it's a force, whether it's an entity, a sentient being, whatever it may be, the intelligence, the engineer, whatever, that put all of this together. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're trying to do. Right?
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
So
I'm
looking at Tommy's comment too, like laughing and shit. So like the thing is that we're merging like ancient astronaut theory with laws of physics.
Right.
And we don't have any evidence to draw on to test whether any of our assumptions are true or not. We only have our imagination to try to conceive it in our limited five senses. And when you go beyond this planet, physics itself behaves differently. So if physics itself behaves differently and we only understand things the way that they interpret out on Earth, how can we even begin to try to conceptualize a concept as large as God? Like that's just off the chain.
Absolutely. And that's a great point. That's an absolutely well worded, great point, bro. And I do appreciate that shit. So check this out. What we'll do is next week we'll start about an hour earlier. And
that's what's up. 10 o'clock.
I will make sure that we have a call-in number. And for all the people that are using HAPS, or if you're not using HAPS yet, and you want to show up, what you can do is make a HAPS account between now and next Wednesday, and and that way I can just invite you up also. You see what I'm saying?
If you're using a computer, you can still watch from your computer. The link for HAPS to get to the broadcast is always in the description box. So for those of you that follow me, when we do these broadcasts, the address for HAPS will always be in the description box. Or you can download HAPS onto your phone. And if you follow Izzy, and I shared the broadcast from Izzy's YouTube page directly to my community wall, then what you can do is you can get the description, or you can get the HAPS address from his description box as well. All right. And y'all can follow us and find us easily.
Right. You can do it on a computer or a cell phone, download HAPS, and I'll invite you up as long as you let me know I want to come up, and I'll leave the phone lines open for next week also.
Yep.
So we'll do that shit. What if you talk directly to it and it gives you answers? I would question if it's really a God giving you answer or if it's yourself talking to yourself, giving yourself answers. I would have to question that. The fact of the matter is we tend to think that a God is speaking to us and giving us answers when in all actuality, it's us giving ourselves answers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, but I can't necessarily sit here and say that you're not getting answers. It's just something that can't be, it's not falsifiable. You see what I'm saying? It's something that, you know, if I said, okay, answer this question, and then you answer this question, and then you said, God told me to give you this answer, how do I know that God really gave you that answer to give me that answer? You know what I mean? Right? I don't know if it's you or if it's your God. I don't know that. You know what I mean? Why is there this concept of believe in God? Well, again, I sorry if yeah, it kind of was answered already, but the thing is the concept of God, um you know, and there's a few ideas of why the concept of God came along, but the most logical concept of why a God came along is based upon unknowing and needing a placeholder for, and for things like drought and war and famine and fucking different things. So, you know, if you were in a lush land and you didn't understand environmental weather, climate change, and things of that nature, right? And at one time it was really lush, but then all of a sudden it goes into a major fucking drought and you can't grow any crops. Then, you know, and you don't understand this stuff, you know, you might make a concept of a god, right? A rain god, let's say, right? And then what happens is let's say you start worshiping this rain god and you start doing all these things, and then finally, you know, rain happens, but it was right after, let's say, I don't know, you killed a little kid, right? Now the concept is, okay, I started believing in this God. He didn't like all my other things that I gave him. I sacrificed the virgin, and the God was happy. Therefore, God made it rain because he likes the blood, right? There's a lot of different, you know, theories on why it started, but a lot of times the concept of God is used as a placeholder for not knowing. And that
Yeah.
would be the long and the short of the answer.
I was gonna say too, like I think it's like a hybrid between Occam's razor and a psychological schematic, like a schema. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
Because if you know, like a schema, you know, we have these processes that make our thoughts logically connect together. So if there's a piece that you miss, then you'll automatically put it together. Like, have you ever done those word tricks where like you will see it'll say, what does this word say? And like it's shaped funny and it has a background and it says free, but like it'll be like some porn shit behind it, and you look at it
right,
and you immediately say fuck, but it says free. Is that
right.
kind of concept? Like our brains kind of automatically
Mhm.
do that. And also I think that the Occam's razor part of it comes from, if you don't have a lot of technology, or if you're a civilization that's not very advanced yet, it only makes sense because the only thing that you understand is to put something above you in a hierarchy or in a food chain,
Right,
because that's the only observable reality that we have. So it would make
right.
sense that something is controlling us, because that's all we know is controlling each other.
Right, right. And then you can also, if you wanted to posit the theory, you can actually bring ancient astronaut theory into this. And, you know, the basic theory is really simple shit. Um, Another species of, you know, aliens came to Earth. These aliens had, you know, the ability to fly. They had a lot of knowledge. They had technology that we didn't realize was technology at the time. They considered it magic. They considered these people gods, and that's where a god concept came from. That's another theory that came out. So, you
Well,
know,
and that theory makes a lot of sense because
I do think so too.
if we went back in time, right? So like imagine this, right? A lot of times people say let there be light is the big
Mhm,
bang. Okay,
mhm,
but if we're gonna assume that ancient astronaut theory is something that happened. I don't think Let There Be Light was the Big Bang. First of all, because there's no observable human who would ever have been able to observe the Big Bang, because even in thermodynamics, organisms didn't exist T-1 after the Big Bang. Like, that's impossible.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
what I think the Big Bang actually may have been, it may have been something that landed here. You know, like if something's traveling across interstellar space, it has to have propulsion engines that are stronger than a nuclear bomb. You know what I
Right.
mean? So when you would land, you know, there would be all of that lightning and flames and everything that come from whatever landing apparatus that there was. So that would be the Let There Be Land. And then that would also be, quote, the opening of the firmament, because until something came down onto the planet, you never knew that, you know, the atmosphere was permeable and you could actually get on or off the planet.
Right. Right. And this is,
you know what I mean?
There's a lot of different ideas. Okay, what is nostril fornication? Okay.
Nostril fornication?
Yeah. Okay. So on Periscope, you know what I mean? In Periscope, I used
They want a demonstration.
I can't give you a demonstration. I can give you a verbal I can give you a verbal explanation. So all right, so I used to fucking like kind of fuck with people, and I tended to fuck with a lot of white people.
I know it. I know where this is going.
And so I used to fucking tell motherfuckers, I will fuck you in your nostril. You know?
Yeah, I knew that's where it was going.
And I will not.
Make sure y'all follow my backup channel, okay?
Yeah.
Make sure y'all go to the channels page and follow the backup channels.
Right. So I used to just talk a lot of shit, and I just used to say, you know, I will fuck your fucking nostril and skeet down your fucking mama's fucking nostril. You know,
we had to see if we got some old clips and we make some YouTube shorts with that shit. Make a little compilation.
Maybe that sounds painful but nice at the same time. I'm weak. I'm dead. Yeah, we'll make a fucking compilation of that. I still got some old clips, so yeah, maybe we'll.
That's hilarious.
All right, so yeah, the concept.
That's nasty. I'm gonna stretch you out, but in the face, like what? How does this sound nice?
You know, this is nostril. Yeah, because it was nostril fucking 2020. You know what I mean? We fucking you in your nose, nostrils, and skiing down your nose chambers and shit.
We're gonna give you a new definition of being nosy, bitch.
So, I am absolutely a menace, right? I am a menace to society in every sense of the meaning. All right, so like just to put it out there, I think that is actually one of the better theories, actually. Ancient astronaut theory, I think, is actually one of the better theories of how we came up with the concept of God. It actually gives a reason where the whole concept came from in the first place, right? But I do think that there is a natural explanation, and it doesn't necessarily have to be ancient aliens for humans to come up with the concept of God. I think there is naturalistic ways that we can come up with a concept of a God, but I also think that in a lot of cases, what we tend to find is there's actually reason behind a lot of the concepts that we come up with. So, you know, I hope that answered your question. You know what I mean? I said that 4 times early. Y'all might be ignoring me. LOL, people were primitive back then. Yeah. No, I saw that. I saw that earlier, and we were talking about it earlier, and we had actually answered that question. So I saw you all 4 times. So I actually
Drunken Monk said, fuck your lateral acetabular joint. He said he'll put something on a motherfucker's epiglottis too. Y'all just getting downright graphic in this motherfucker.
Damn right graphic. Okay, this is called high functioning, high IQ, fucking like shit talking. That's what this is. This is high IQ shit talking. Okay, I hope you guys get it. All right. Yeah, do not encourage me right now. All right, let's get to the last. Let's get to our last story. Let's talk about blackface and white supremacy. Basically, we're going to be talking about Sambo Coons and you know,
Man, there's so many of them.
How they are absolutely destructive to the black community. Okay. I will not fuck you in your nose because my dick is too big to fuck anyone in their nose. And if you have that big of a nose, I'm probably not fucking you in the first place. Okay, that's number one. But I will skeet in your nose if you ask me to. Yes. All right. Now, with that being said, let's. All right.
Shout out to the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Thank you.
Shout out to the chat.
Because tonight's chat room, you guys are absolutely 100% fucking wonderful tonight. All right. Let's get into blackface, the blackface of white supremacy. So we know a lot of blackface white supremacists. We can name a lot of them. You know, you have what's his name? The gentleman that you had brought up earlier, the economist, bro.
Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell. You got, you know,
Larry Elder,
Larry Elders, Candace Owens, like this, right?
Officer Tatum, Anthony Brian Logan.
Right, like, there you go. You got them all. Okay. And recently, a lot of people were actually, you know, brought up the fact that Larry Elder, he is running for, he wants to recall. He's a recall candidate in California to run to be mayor or governor. Okay. And he said it could be argued that slave owners were owed reparations after the Civil War. And if you don't know who Larry Elder is, this is Larry Elder. And I want y'all to listen to this. And I'm going to play this. And I'm going to give credit to PragerU. Okay, because it's from PragerU. And you know anything that comes from
Tariq Nasheed said Tariq Nasheed said, and you know PragerU is a white supremacist think tank.
Right. Absolutely it is. And we're going to watch and we're going to hear it right out of the fucking doggy's mouth. Okay? So let me pull this up. You know what? You're not going to get me to I'm not going to argue about any of this. You know what I mean? Because everybody knows how I feel about reparations, and black folks should be getting reparations. Now, hopefully this plays. So this starts at right around the 11-minute mark on the Candace Owens show from about 2 years ago in 2019. It's on the PragerU site. So I want y'all to pay attention to this and let's listen to this real quick, shall we?
I could be pro reparations. I think we should allow people the opportunity or the chance to go back to Africa. I would sponsor that like you wouldn't believe.
I don't think you can have a long line.
Right. I don't think we would either. But, you know, you hear that all the time in theatrical voices. They took us from the motherland. Do you know what's going on in the motherland today? Have you been to Africa? I've been to Africa. Okay. I'm perfectly content living in America. Most people don't realize, like, the opportunities that you have here in America, you'd have never had otherwise. And this was actually one of the first countries that banned the slave trade. Right? I mean, Britain was ahead of us. The UK was ahead of us. But America was just right behind them.
By the way, when you mentioned that the UK was ahead of us, they were. Do you know that the slave owners were compensated? After they lost their quote-unquote property, the government compensated slave owners.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so when people talk about reparations, do they really want to have that conversation? Because, like it or not, slavery was legal. And so their property, their legal property, was taken away from them after the Civil War. So you can make an argument that
Can
the
you
people
pause it for a quick second?
Black people, but also the people whose quote property close quote was taken away after the end of the Civil War.
So what do you make of
And by the way, that
all right.
I just want to
That
say
was the
something
whole
about.
clip. That was the whole clip
Oh,
that I
what?
wanted to play. Yeah.
Well, we should dive into a little bit more after you say whatever you want to say. But real quick, that part right there where Larry Elder said that was property. Where have y'all heard that before? I've always said that the Emancipation Proclamation was not a white savior move by Abraham Lincoln. The Emancipation Proclamation was a punitive property release. And anti-black Larry Elder just slipped up and validated that talking point. I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. So when these insane nutcases attempt to try to say that we racialize everything, Larry Elder is well aware of what he needs to be saying, but he purposely says incorrect things to appease an audience. And Candace Owens does the same thing. All right, that's all I had to say. Go ahead, bro.
Right. So you heard what he said. He said, UK. And this is why I think this guy is a fucking idiot. Because the fact of the matter is he really doesn't understand history. And see, it's glitching. It's glitching. Hold on one second. Let me put that back up. He doesn't understand history because the fact of the matter is this. They actually gave reparations in the UK, France, Portugal, Spain, and also in the United States.
You want to send it to me and maybe I'll be able to put it up?
No, I got it.
So hold on. Oh, you got it?
Got
Okay.
it.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
I just had to get this up real quick. Oh, maybe not. Well, here. I'm going to send the link to you so you can play the link. Okay? So let me see. Let's copy that. Which you want? Send me a message in the one that you want it to be sent in. Okay, cool. All right. So I want y'all to understand that oops. Yeah, take that down real quick. Let's take this down real quick. I'm going to send you this. But this has actually already happened. And I want y'all to understand. Send them another message. One more, please. There you goes. All right. I want y'all to understand that it actually, see, for some odd reason, as soon as I do that, okay, and load that video up to right around the 11-minute mark because we're going to go over what he said. All right. And let's do this. See, I don't know why this shit is happening. I do not like that shit. Okay, but I'm gonna actually read something to you guys. I want y'all to understand history. It's really important that we understand history. When we understand history, then what happens is we have a better understanding of the shit that's going on, right? And it's super important that we understand what's going on. So I'm going to read you this, and you can actually read this in the New York Times. The article is called "When Slave Owners Got Reparations." Okay. Lincoln signed a bill in 1862 that paid up to $300 for every enslaved free person, or every enslaved person that was freed. That equates to roughly um, $8,000 per person. And what it was called was compensated emancipation. All right. It was called compensated emancipation. And this is really, 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 really important to understand, because what he said is, well, we don't want to have this conversation about reparations because then, they would be owed reparations. Well, the fact of the matter is they already got reparations, dumb fuck. Mr. Larry fucking Elder. You know what I mean? This is why, you're a fucking idiot, dude. And in this article, you can actually see this shit. All right. Oh shit.
Not only did they get reparations, but they stole the reparations that we were allegedly supposed to get, our 40 acres and a mule too. They took like entire plots of land in Atlanta and Texas.
Right. And we're going to get into that a little bit, but let me get through this real quick. Okay. There it is. All right. April 16th, President Abraham Lincoln signed a bill emancipating enslaved people in Washington. In the end of a long struggle. And basically, he gave these motherfuckers up to $300 for every enslaved person. And that equals today roughly right around $8,800. And then he even had somebody who got up, the most that they paid out was $18,000. So you can roughly do the math on $18,000. Okay. And actually, I can do that shit for you. Okay. So it's a dollar worth of in 1862. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Usually I have this up. All right. So in 1862, it was worth about 1,800. So let's do $18,000. So that would $18,000. It would be worth about $500,000. All right. That's how much that person got paid, basically. $500,000 for his slaves.
Do you know the exact figure of where the racial wealth gap is right now? Because I think that that might be close to the exact amount of where the racial wealth gap is, as far as
the racial wealth gap. For every $100,000 white folks make, black folks make between 10,000 to 15,000.
10 to 15,000.
Yeah.
So it's basically we have that $10,000 is what? That's 10% of 100,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And this was given out. Okay. So this was given out on a regular basis, and it was given out to a lot of people. Black folks, and in this article, it actually talks about, and real quick, I'm just going to read a little bit of it and I'm going to take it down, but I wanted to show you guys the article that you guys can go read. But I want you to guys to make sure you understand, because a lot of people use the argument that, well, if black folks wanted reparations, they should have got it at that time, right? And I want to point this out. You know what I mean?
Let's dissect that argument in its entirety after you do your pointing out.
Right. You know what I mean? So
right. Let's just make it so that people are clear.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to keep on going.
No,
Okay.
I want go
So,
ahead. You said I don't want to cut you off in the middle of your thought, and then we'll dig into that in a minute.
So basically, it says overwhelmingly majority of white people believe that slave owners not enslaved, who not do not enslave African Americans, deserve recompense from the benevolence of mansumation. Okay. The only reward that was widely supported was colonization, a trip back to Africa. The act allocated $100,000 for the voluntary removal of newly freed people, basically at about $100 per person to go to Liberia or Haiti, which rarely ever happened. Preserving sacred property rights and moving the Negro problem offshore meant that there was no justice for enslaved African Americans. All of the candidates running for president must support, well, that's a whole different thing. But I want to point out that there is a part that I want to read here that is very relevant to what we're saying. And he says, that it said a large part, okay, of not like it's not, no, that's not the right part. Okay. It said I'm just gonna read a lot of this shit. The act is notable because it was the first time that the federal government authorized abolition of slavery, which hastens its demise in Virginia and Maryland as runaways from these states fled to Washington. It offered concrete proof to enslaved people that their allies, that the federal government might facilitate the destruction of slavery everywhere. And it confirmed the worst fears of the foes about an interloping tyrannical president. Abraham Lincoln, however, was anxious to preserve his fragile allegiance with loyal slaveholders. He had advocated abolition of slavery in Washington in 1849 as a congressman, right? To no avail. And just to point this out real quick, he said this, he did do this in 1858 during a debate with, I believe his last name was Stewart. So I think it was Lincoln versus Stewart debate in 1858. And but the thing is in that debate, if you actually read the whole debate, because they do have the text of the debate, the very first thing he said, he was questioned by a man in the fucking audience, and he said, "Do you really think that these Negroes should be slaves or should be free men?" And he said to that man, he said, "If there was a way to keep these slaves and keep the Union whole, I would do so. If there was a way to free half the slaves, I would do so. And if I needed to free all the slaves to keep the Union together, I would do so." He also said, "But if there were a supreme or a or a how did he word it? What was the word that he used specifically? Actually, I have it in my phone, so I'll just read it directly from what he directly said. Okay, because I don't like to paraphrase shit.
Well, while you looking that up, if you guys pay attention to what Abraham Lincoln said, he's basically a baseline subconscious liberal conservative Karen of
No,
the 1800s. So
right.
you got to understand that Abraham Lincoln is who not only conservatives but also liberals say that we should be worshiping. He has his own holiday. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have anything. So you have to understand that if that thought process, if those people see him as a hero for you, then those people have the same thought process that he did, and they find his thought process acceptable, which is why they promote him at every turn.
Right. Now, again, It was Stephen Douglas that was the debate. It was Stephen Douglas in 1858 debate with Lincoln, and you can still go find it. So all you have to look up is Lincoln Douglas debate in 1858. And he said, and I quote, he explained to the crowd, I quote, "I am not, nor have I ever been in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of the white and black races. I am not, nor have I ever been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor qualifying them to hold office, nor to intermarry with white people. I will say, in addition to that, there is a physical difference between the white and black races, which I believe will forever forbid the two races from living together on terms of social and political equality. And in so much as there cannot so live, while they do remain together, there must be a position of superior and inferior. And I, as much as any other man, am in favor of having the superior position assigned to the white race."
So that right there, so what you understand and what you just heard, Izzy Reed, is that one of the reasons why the United States encourages you to worship Abraham Lincoln is because in that speech, Abraham Lincoln literally just explained to you the system of top-down illegitimacy that keeps black people at the bottom. What this country is based off of. The hero, the president that we have federal holidays for, Abraham Lincoln. And then you'll sit there and listen to some Karen say, well, they even have a problem with Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, he did not believe black folks and white folks was equal. He did not feel that at any time black and white folks should ever be equal. And literally, Abraham Lincoln today, if he saw black folks in office, if he saw black folks as a black man as a president, he would literally be flipping in his grave right now.
He would react exactly like how Kathy Bates did when she was woke up on American Horror Story and she saw Barack Obama as the president, despite the fact that Barack Obama ain't shit but a chocolate-covered Lincoln. That's another story for another day.
Right. And so fuck Gandhi too, because Gandhi was a fucking racist piece of shit also. I've already proven that many times over too. The fact of the matter is when we talk about this and we talk about, this ideal that Lincoln had, and again, I want to continue reading. I only paused to read that because I wanted to make sure you understood Lincoln's mind state. Because the fact of the matter is, the only thing that was important to Lincoln is keeping the Union and the South together as one continent. The only thing he cared about was the economics of the country. That's it. That's it. Right? So let me continue real quick. He said he was as president, he encouraged the border states to voluntarily end slavery. He chose Delaware as an ideal place to take the lead in late 1861. But it became clear that the Union slaveholders could not be so easily persuaded. This reinforced the need to make congressional emancipation conditioned on compensating them, which put abolitionists in a bind. And this is bullshit too, because the abolitionists were not about equality. Abolitionists just didn't want people to be enslaved by other people anymore. Okay. They welcomed the end of slavery in the Capitol, but scoffed at payments that validated the right to own property in the form of human beings. If compensation is to be given at all, the abolitionist David Lloyd Garrison said, the National Anti-Slavery Convention in Philadelphia in 1833, it should be given to the outraged and the guiltless slaves, not to those who have plundered and abused them. Now, this was one gentleman, and you have to give the full context. But most of these abolitionists were not about, reparations at all. Again, let me continue. It says moderate anti-slavery advocates like Lincoln did not agree. To the contrary, they believed that many Mississippians' plan had to placate the property rights that were bedressed by the Fifth Amendment, which required just compensation for government seizure of private assets. Lincoln appointed a board of commissioners to oversee the process of compensation, headed by the North Carolina abolitionist and the New York Times reporter Daniel Reeves Goodall. The board reviewed more than 1,000 slaveholders' pensions to claim about more than 3,000 enslaved people, those to the entirety of the dwindling population. Most of the proprietors received the full amount allowed. The largest individual payout was $1,800 for 69 slaves. Although the District of Columbia Emancipation Act marked the only time the federal government would compensate slave owners, there is a longer history of slave owners requesting and receiving indemnification. I can't even say it. Indemnification. I can't even say this shit. Basically, a loss of their chattel. Slave owners felt entitled to the often received compensation from local colonial. Yeah, I'm over here. I can't even talk because my throat's hurting like a motherfucker right now.
That's because all that damn. That's because all that NyQuil you've been sucking down on.
No, it's actually because I need to take some NyQuil right now. I can't even talk. You know what I mean? Because I'm talking too damn much. Basically, the state legislator, especially in all times of crisis, when enslaved women and men ran away, participated in rebellions, or were executed for crimes. During the American Revolution, owners asked to be compensated when their bondspeople, their slaves and their fucking indentured service, had died while working in lead mines in Virginia, for example, and they were sided with with the British and ran away. So basically, what he's saying is because, again, during the American Revolution, uh, the British actually offered freedom to the slaves if they would switch sides and fight for the British. So what they said is, if we win, or they said, if you fight for us, black folks, you slaves, run away and then fight for us, we'll give you freedom. And so what happened was, a lot of the slave owners, they lost a lot of slaves because they ran away and then they fought for the British. Now, the British kept their word and freed them as soon as they got back to Britain, but it wasn't a lot of people, right? But all the people who lost slaves in America, they actually got compensation for all the lost slaves that they had, okay? So it goes on to say, in a breaking tradition in the 1850s, the abolitionists organized, not that part. Let me read a different, that was the wrong area. Boo boo, right here. To be sure, the major benefactors of slave owner reparation within the Atlantic slave system were Europeans. When England abolished slavery in its Caribbean colonies, it offered compensation to 46,000 slave owners and the cost around $26.2 million. France also got the same from penalizing Haiti, and they're actually still paying France off today, if you don't know that. The long and inconsistent coupling of compensation for slave owners with emancipation is useful for consideration in current debates about reparations for the descendants of the enslaved. Critics and skeptics are fond of saying that enslaved people should have asked for reparations back then. Well, African Americans did precisely that. Going back to the colonial era, they petitioned for freedom dues. They sued the estates of former masters for their unrequired toil, for basically their free work. And they asked for land to restart their lives as free men and women. Relatively few of those efforts were ever successful. Okay? Rarely. The number one reason why it wasn't successful is because the fact of the matter is they weren't looked at in courts as full citizens. And this is why the argument, when people like Larry Elders and Candace Owens and fucking all these other coon Sambos try to say, well, they should have asked for it back then, that shit holds no water. They were not able to go to court in order to get the justice. Even when they were able to get the justice, what ultimately ended up happening were the owners of the land, or actually the neighbors of these lands that surrounded the land that the black folks got, they would usually go in and straight murder the owners, the black owners of the land, literally take their deed, take it to their bank, and their bank would legitimize the deed and give it to the white landowners.
Yep.
There's many stories that I can bring up across the board, starting in 1800s, going all the way up until the 70s, where white landowners would go to black landowners and literally steal their land. They would do it by law, judiciously. They would kill them, take the deeds, do it by force, by threat, any way that they possibly can.
And
Black
now the
folks,
government does it by eminent domain.
right, absolutely. And they use that even then. The fact of the matter is, black folks went from owning 15 million acres of land to today owning right around 1.2 million acres of land. And it's all based upon all of these things. And we've never gotten the reparations that we've always deserved. And it's been because we have never been seen as actual citizens. Again, understanding that we didn't even get the Civil Rights Act until 1964 and 1968, you got to understand that we weren't getting no kind of justice in court systems at all before that
Right.
time.
And
Go
now
ahead.
as people can see with things like the Moynihan report and the benign neglect memorandum, that the Civil Rights Act was not even meant for us. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like this is why, like, one of the things that, for people that like don't just watch the podcast, for people that actually watch my content, I actually say that world domination is the only solution. There's no negotiation with
Mhm.
this, because what you see here, changing definitions, making things up. If we talk about this, all we're doing is demonizing people. There's no negotiation with the system of illegitimacy. The only way to change this is to face it head on and destroy it, because there's the system of illegitimacy does not negotiate with you. It's not negotiating with us, and it's not going to change anything. All it's going to do is just change definitions. Now there's artificial intelligence. Artificial
Right.
intelligence will make up the standards of everything, and
Mhm.
there's people can't play around anymore. It's either
Right.
you know, shit or get off the pot, basically.
Right. And yeah, the Dred Scott issue is a very interesting issue. If you listen to the law and the law that has been put in place, technically the 14th and 15th Amendment actually overturned the Dred Scott decision. But if you want to ask certain people, um, they will tell you that because there is no precedent in court, the Dred Scott situation actually still holds legal ground. You know what I mean? So let me see. Corey Norris. Can I ask you what is your what are you, sir? Because you're claiming indigenous. What are you, sir? I asked that for a reason. I'm not trying to be nosy.
And don't mind that he might not be able to reply for a minute because it looks like the stupid Streamlabs.
Oh,
so
okay.
give him about a minute, maybe. I think sometimes and he wasn't being disrespectful or nothing. It's just that anytime there's like anything like questionable,
right.
like you know what I mean, like the Streamlabs bots, they just they throw it down like that.
Right. No, I get it. So because what he said was, I found it kind of interesting what he said. He said, my great granddaddy had land during the so-called slavery days, and he didn't play that colonization shit. We are the originals of this land. My family never surrenders to the pale face. Now, that makes me think that maybe he is he claims he's native indigenous. Are you a part of the native indigenous movement, meaning like the Aboriginal black folks, like in the Dane Calloway situation? Are you part of that movement, or are you a
You said the
actual,
Dane Calloway situation.
or are you part or are you like what would be termed as a Native American? Well, there's a reason why I asked that, for a reason. I just need an answer though. Sanderson, Florida. What tribe? What tribe are you? I think I already know, but I don't want to assume.
He said, "Are you Pan-African?" No, I don't
No,
think anybody like over here is like Pan-African.
no.
Like I don't have no issues with no Pan-Africanists, but you know, I'm not no Pan-Africanist. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I
Yeah.
mean, in spirit, I might be Pan-African in the long run, but as far as do I identify as Pan-Africanist, no. 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 Absolutely not. And I don't necessarily disagree, Seminole. I thought so. All right.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna say Seminole.
I thought so.
He one of those John Horse brothers.
Right. Corey, you fuck with Dane Calloway, don't you? You fuck with that. You fuck with brother Dane Calloway, don't you? I'm gonna assume yes. You know, um, I don't disagree with his claim. I'm not gonna sit here and disagree with his claim. Um, but um, how can I word this without being disrespectful?
It don't even matter, bro, because like the thing is, like people will like if even if you say something right, like a light critique or something like that, people will always find a way to make it disrespectful if they just want to use you for content, or you know what I mean. So like whatever you got to say, you just may as well just say it, because like so whoever gonna purposely try to find it disrespectful is gonna find it disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, cats?
Yeah.
People that
Okay.
are gonna take it, like Corey seemed cool, so like he seemed like he had just listen, you know what
Okay.
I'm saying, and see what it is.
Um.
But
So okay. So check this out, brother. I'm gonna break this shit down. I don't hate Dane Calloway. Okay. But I think that nigga is dumb as shit. If they're gonna take it wrong, then I might as well just say it how I want to say it, right? Dane Calloway
as well,
Dane Calloway is a fucking idiot. Um, if he would have stayed on the basic the basics of his argument, which is black folks was here first, I'm with Dane Calloway all the way. My problem comes in his new shit that he keeps on promoting. This new shit that he's promoting is all bullshit. I agree that the first folks on this land were black folks. I absolutely agree with Dane Calloway on that statement right there. But the new shit that he's bringing out is absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That brother, he needs to keep y'all attention. So what he does is he promotes this outlandish shit that is not, it's all layman and misunderstood history. So while I stand with Dane when he says the original native people here on Turtle Island in America, North America, however you want to call it, were Africans. I do agree with that. I do agree that there
You talking about like the whole, because like he said, yeah, that the
Tubman shit, the first slaves were fucking white people, the whole fucking where are the slave ships bullshit, the fucking like that shit is all fucking dumb as shit, dude. You know what I mean? The fucking it was all white people that came over here as slaves. Fucking bro, you know what? Like, I will lose my shit if I start talking about that shit, dude, because that nigga's a dumbass when it comes to that shit. Like, keep your fucking mouth shut. When just, you know what? All right, you know what? Fuck that shit, okay? But the Nat Turner and the Harriet Tubman claims is out his ass. No, I'm not contradicting. I'm correcting. There are things that he says. Okay, let me put it out here like this.
You see Delmo?
Yeah, he did say that shit. He did. Let me put it out there. What is the best way to lie? Anybody can answer this question. Rob, what is the best way to lie?
You know what? I'm not a serial liar, so I don't really know.
Exactly. Chrissy, absolutely.
She says with a little bit of truth.
Right. Absolutely fact. The fact of the matter is the best way to pass off a lie as truth is to put a little bit of truth in there and surround it by your bullshit. Okay? That way, the shit that you can back up is easy to back up. So what it ends up doing is to people who don't actually do due diligence, what ultimately happens is they ultimately, like if you started to listen to Dane Calloway way back in the day, right? And then you did your due diligence on the shit that he was saying way back in the day, like 4 or 5 years ago, you would have found out, okay, this shit is real shit, right? And a lot of people get lazy with their research and they don't do due diligence on every single thing that he says, right? And so he can get away with a lot of the bullshit that he fucking pushes out there today. You see what I'm saying? So you put truth with lies in order to make it all sound functional. And that's what Dane Calloway is doing. Okay?
My question is, I seen those videos come across my YouTube timeline. I didn't watch them, but I'm curious as to like, so what? How does okay? So the claims are that like Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner didn't happen, white people are the first slaves. I'm curious as to how that helps to dismantle the system of illegitimacy that has us subjugated today. Like, what is that going to do to like improve our situation that we have popping off right now?
What he thinks is that what it means is that we have a claim, right?
Okay.
And the claim is a land reparations claim, based upon not only the fact that we were original here, but also based upon the treaties that were never given out to the actual native Aboriginal Africans that were actually here. You understand? But he also goes even further to say that these so-called Aboriginal native peoples never existed in fucking Africa at all. Like, we have no descendantship to Africans, which is utter nonsense.
Oh,
It's
so
utter
who was
nonsense.
there?
He thinks that we literally kind of like evolved here in fucking America.
So he believes that America is the cradle of civilization and not Africa, basically.
He believes
is that it, or
he believes
I'm
that.
confused.
Well, and that's the thing. He doesn't really get too deep into it, but the way he talks is that people originated in different places, and one of those places was Africa. One of those places was America. Another one of those places was China. Another of those places was Europe. You see what I'm saying? And so the people in America are American. They are from this land. They are native to this land. This is where they've always been.
So who were the groups of people that were like the Aboriginals in New Zealand and Australia and like those places? Like, where did they come from? If we're saying that,
he doesn't really get into all that. Yeah, he thinks that we are actual native to this land from the gate. Like, we have no ancestry to Africa whatsoever.
I mean, I think that like that could be possible with some groups of us and maybe some other groups of us.
It's not possible.
No,
It's not
you don't think
possible.
so?
No, I know so. It's not possible, and you couldn't prove that if your life depended on it. You couldn't prove that if your
What
life
evidence?
depended on it.
What? So he's basically saying that the entire source of all black people on the planet is the United States.
No,
North America.
He's saying that we are two distinct groups. That black folks here in America are indigenous here, and they are here. They are native here. And Africans are a whole different people, and they are from Africa.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, that's kind of, I don't know. That's kind of, I'd have to like watch all that what he's saying and like look at it, but that it sounds kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah, it doesn't work. The logic don't work. Not only that, but, and check this out, brother. Corey, let me do this. Corey, let me do something. And I know Dane Calloway tells you don't do this shit because fucking, the fucking man is gonna fucking clone you and DNA is wrong. But the fact of the matter is this. Go look up your DNA, and I promise you, you're going to find African blood in you. Sub-Saharan African, period. You're going to find it. Because
you see Vince I Am's comment?
Well, what'd he say?
He said, I just wanted to say the UK government compensated slave owners for the loss of property, i.e. slaves, and the last payment was made in 2015.
Absolutely. He's not writing. He's not wrong. He's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. You know what I mean? Yeah, black folks did occupy the whole planet.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like that makes sense. So then I don't understand the whole two separate groups thing unless we're like,
I don't either. And he doesn't really go into it. All he does is just make the claim that we are from here and Africans are different than us and they come from there. I don't know how he does it either. You can't prove that if your life depended on it. Because we know where most life started. Yeah, 2015, right. Because they were giving out a whole bunch of fucking compensation, and they've been doing it for years, and they've been giving a lot of families this. It's just a matter of them going out and filing the right papers, and they were still eligible in order to get that compensation.
Now, what I find interesting is those are the same people that say, how did any of this affect us today? But it's still affecting their pockets. They still getting paid reparations for slaves that they lost.
Well, here's the thing. We're not, and it depends on how you use the word native to this land. Okay? If Dane Calloway was to say, yeah, our origins are Africa, but we was over here and it dates back to 100,000 years ago, I'd be like, all right, cool. But that's not what he says. He says the black folks, native Aboriginal black folks out here are distinctly different from African people from Africa. And that's just blatantly false. It's just false. I do believe that the first people here on this land were African people. And I think if Norris is in here, Norris, if you can do me a favor, I'm actually going to write the book inside the room. Actually, no, I'm going to give you a link. And I'm going to explain to you, I'm not Pan-African. Okay? All right? I'm going to give you a link. All right, so here's the link. Actually, I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to give you this link because this is the better book. Chris Norris, are you still in the room? And anybody, actually, please read this book. I just put a link into this fucking room. This is a peer-reviewed book. This is backed up by DNA evidence and everything else. The book is called The First Americans Were Africans, Expanded and Revised, edition number 3. Go read this book. This book is worth every penny.
We should actually like do some little segments for the other channel on this book.
I actually got
saying?
all 3 editions of this book.
Yeah, since it seemed like, is that something that y'all would be interested in if we did like 10-minute videos about each segment of this book and posted them on the other channel? Would y'all watch that?
Yeah, let us know.
Let us know.
Because this is actual scholarly work. Okay. Blacks were the original explorers. Many left Africa and settled around the globe, including Americas. Absolutely. And this book backs up that claim, Jemo. So, hey, you're on what's it called? Okay, so check this out.
What's the name of the book? I'll put a little banner thing up so he can write it down.
All right, so the name of the book, Chris, is, yes, book by Dr. David Emotep. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. It's called The First Americans Were African. And then put semicolon. Wait, hold on real quick. Then put colon, and then put expanded and revised edition 3.
All right, cool. All right, so it'll be, make sure you watch the banners at the top because it'll be going across the top.
Right. And again, Corey, I'm not trying to debunk you because, again, brother, I agree that there are Aboriginal Africans here that were here. I think we have enough evidence. And in that book, the book by Dr. David Emotep, which has been peer reviewed 9 times, it has been, it's very deep work. There's physical evidence, there's archaeological evidence, there's actual evidence of how they could have came over here. You know what I mean? You know about Dr. David Emotep? Good, go read his book. You need to.
Is that the light skinned dude?
He's a little light skinned.
Doctor, he wears glasses. I think I've seen him. He does that. Is that channel? I think called like African History Channel.
Oh no, not
I
that
think
guy.
Not that dude. Okay.
Yeah, but he's good. But he is good too. But like I said, go read that book, brother. Please read that book. It is imperative that you read the book and get the evidence. Okay, you can put a boat in West Africa, and currents will bring you here in about a month or so. In about 52 days, they've actually done it. They actually did it in 52 days. A canoe, a single paddle canoe, and the current would brought you over. And you can end up in 2 different spots in the Americas. You can either end up in the northern part of the east coast of America, or you can end down a little bit further in South America, in the fat portion of South America. And then you can make your way through South America, going up through Central America into Mexico. And this actually makes a lot more sense, where if they came up through South America into Central America and into Mexico, you actually figure out where the omics come into play. And then you actually understand all of this shit. And let me point out, I actually do believe that African folks got to the Americas as far back as 120,000 years ago. There's evidence of it. Not only that, I'll even go so far as to say that what we would call the Olmecs were African, absolutely. I would actually go even further and say this. The people we know as the Atlanteans were actually African people, and they were actually one of the groups that made it to South America, Central America, and North America before anyone ever did. Yeah. Mansa Musa's brother actually made it over here. Also around the, what was it, the 500s or the 1100s or some shit like that, between the 500s and 1100s. You know what I mean? So he was over here. Right. We can get caught up in emotions. Right. And the thing is I'm a big guy. Look, check this out. I'm really, really, really big in not standing by one thing. Right. I think there's a moniker of truth in Moorish people being that came over here early. I think there is a moniker of truth with African people getting over here early. I also believe that, who we would call native indigenous people, I think they came over here. I think there's, truth in a lot of these things, and there's little bits. But what happens is we as Black folks, we get so caught up in emotions, right? And then we go 100% full bore. So what I mean by that is, you you're a religious person, but you don't like Christianity. So what happens is you turn to Hebrew Israelite, and then you're 100% with this Hebrew Israelite. Now, do I believe that Israelites, the true Israelites, are black? Yes. Do I believe that there was a group called Israelites? Yes. Do I believe that their religion is a true religion? No. See how this works? I can respect history. I can even show you where true Israel is. Right? That doesn't mean their religion is correct. I just say the people are real. You understand? I think there were native indigenous people, but not all the black people that got here or that are here today are all indigenous people. I think that Dane Calloway going after the native, what we today call native indigenous people, their culture is wrong. Because the Africans that made it to America had a whole different culture. And what happened is these African folks that came in through South America, Central America, and Mexico, and got to the southern half of the what we now call the United States, actually met up with the Asiatic groups who came through the Bering Straits around 8,000 years ago. This is why you see more darker skinned natives down south and more light skinned Asiatic native up north, because that's where you settled. They met in the middle, they interbreeded, they connected, they exchanged cultures, they exchanged history, they exchanged ideals, how to farm, how to do a lot of these things. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you had that mix, then you also had another mix, which was the Spaniards who came in South America, Central America, and Mexico, who mixed with those mixed groups. And those is what you would call Aztecs today. Those is what you would call the ones who turned into Mexicans and South Americans and different groups like that. Do you understand? This is how this works. And I promise you, listen, Dane Calloway brings half truths, bro. Go read Dr. David Emotep. He brings true receipts. Okay? Dane Calloway puts two pictures together and fucking says that's receipts. That's not receipts. Dane Calloway brings receipts from the 1800s and says that's receipts. Dane Calloway brings fucking bullshit that everybody else has seen from the 1700s, 1600s, and 1500s and says that's receipts. Wrong. The receipts that he has does not substantiate his argument. I'm sorry, sir. You see what I'm saying? And yes, that's exactly why your Brazilian girlfriend had that bomb-ass booty. This is why you have African Mexicans that you don't ever see, but they are dark-skinned, have curly hair, kinky hair to this day.
The Afro Mexicans.
Right.
Yeah.
This is why you have,
that's who that when they call people miates, that's who they actually talking about, and then they applied that term to us. That when they say Puerto Chulos or miates, like that's who they're actually talking about, those Afro Latinos. You know what I'm saying?
All I'm asking you, Corey, to do is this: be a little bit more open-minded. Don't think Dane Calloway, and do a little bit more due diligence on history, and look and pay attention. Anybody that does their due diligence in history, and I promise you this because I'm a history major, this is what the fuck I do. Okay? The fact of the matter is this. Anybody that knows history knows what Dane Calloway is saying is a bunch of half-truths mixed in with shit that he completely made up. How to deal with white people with all this information. We're a very mixed, dynamic, nuanced group, bro. That's what we are. And we need to learn how to accept that shit. All right.
I think that we can. I think the reason why we don't accept it is because of propaganda and brainwashing.
Absolutely.
We're taught to fight against each other. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, we're taught to, if we don't agree, we can't be open-minded. There's really like not a lot of other groups of people who literally have these, you know, vitriol-based fights and arguments and things about why we can't, you know, get along. And some people want to, you know, they believe that they're Hebrew Israelites. Some people want to go back to Pan-Africa. Me personally, I don't really care about any of that shit. I just want to see black people do better. If you want to be an Israelite, be the best Israelite you can be. If you want to go back to Africa, if I got extra money, I'll throw something on your Cash App. I just want to see us do the best that we can possibly be all over the globe. And we're never going to be able to do that if we're constantly attacking each other over every little thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I'm going to answer this question. How do we deal with white people with all this information? And we're not simple drunken monk. You're absolutely right. It's not just some simple take. This is a very complex fucking sordid history that we don't have all the answers for. Right? It is so nuanced, it's not even funny. But how do we use this information when it comes to white folks? Okay? The fact of the matter is, when we talk about all this information for white folks, I gave you the information about Lincoln and the reparations argument. We have to use these, we have to know these things in order for us to make proper arguments. So Helga, I know you stay outside of the United States. If you don't mind, where are you from again? And I can give you a better answer for you, but I can give a general answer for everybody in the room, because most of the people are in America in the room. So I can give they're similar, but they're separate answers. Okay. When we talk about in an American standpoint, until Helga can give me where, you know, where she's at, we don't need any validation from any other race, especially white people. It starts with knowing thyself and love and self-respect. I made that choice, and that's the best for me. Absolutely, Vince.
Facts.
The Netherlands,
Facts,
Amsterdam's great. All right. So real quick, when we talk about the Netherlands, this information is very important that we're giving you, because the fact of the matter is black folks was first in Europe. Okay, that's number one thing that people don't understand. White folks didn't show up until about 6,000, 7,000 years ago in Europe. Okay, that's number one. They descended from Neanderthal. Okay, that's fact. Okay, now, why is that important? Because if you understand the history of Europe, what you then understand is that the Moors actually went into Europe, and where they get all of their culture in Europe literally comes from the Moors. This is why it's so important for people in the Netherlands and Europe, black folks in that area, to understand that history over there, right? And so you need to understand that all of those places with those crests on it, they have the black heads and the afros, or the no hair black-headed people, those are the Moorish people. And all of those names that they got literally are the crests of the Moors that they expelled in 1492. You have to understand that the history that built the European nation, quite literally, was African. All the archaeology, all of that was all African. When you talk about, you know what I mean? And that means you have a birthright in Europe, period. The Moorish people are the birthright in Europe, okay? The fact of the matter is, the Dark Ages is when Europe white Europe was running this shit. The Renaissance, or the Light Ages, or the Age of Enlightenment came from the Moorish people. You understand? So when you break that down and you understand that lineage, again, it matters totally. When you talk about Asia, you can actually see the Khoisan people that literally built up Asia. Don't get it twisted. The oldest people on the planet is the Khoisan people. The Khoisan are literally, actually, look up the Sand people for me real quick and put up a picture. Wait, actually, I'll do it. Don't trip.
You want me to get it? I got it, bro. You on a roll? I get it. You said the Sand people?
The Sand people.
How do you spell it?
I got it. I
already got
it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about when I say what I say. I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm telling you truth, right? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna give you truth. We're a special and nuanced people, ladies and gentlemen. And anybody that tells you anything else, they're a fucking lie. Okay? So here are the Khoisan people. Okay? This is the San people, the Khoisan people, right here. These are the people that originated Asia. These are the people that the Asian people come from. If you go look at the Cambodian, the Philippines, the Thai, you go look at them, the ones that are still deep in the jungle, guess what they look like? They have curly hair. Yes, they are. A lot of people try to deny this. I can link it. Not only that, but I can even show it from DNA from the Asian people. The Asiatic people actually did their own separate DNA, and they just came out with this shit, and they fucking actually said the fact of the matter is their closest distant relative are motherfucking the African people. I can show you this. I can give you the DNA. I can give you the marker. Every single haplogroup comes out of Africa. Every single last one of them. Okay? Black folks in Africa has every single phenotype comes directly out of Africa. Why does this matter? You see what I'm saying? The fact of the matter, this stuff matters because this is who you are. You are everyone. Everyone comes from the loins of you. Black man, black woman, that's where they all come from. See, this is how this shit works, right? This isn't as simple as people want to fucking throw it out there and sit here and fucking say, well, it was just these black people look this way, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit.
Well, when you make it simple, you know what I'm saying? You make it simple and you cause self-loathing in people, and you make people not be connected to each other. And that's why it's so easy to do things like black on black crime. That's why it's so easy for us to try to cannibalize each other every time we do something instead of actually building something, because we have great legacies that we built before and we should try to rebuild those things. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what the system of illegitimacy is, a self-perpetuating mind fuck. And in order for us to get out of that self-perpetuating mind fuck, the first thing that we have to do is stop the degeneracy within our own selves, which is gangs on the street fighting, gangs of different people. You know, like you can look at Pan-Africanists and Hebrew Israelites and B1 people and all of this stuff, all separate people that all want the same thing. Well, then what the fuck is everybody fighting for? That is the whole purpose of the system of illegitimacy, to have us in a perpetual hamster wheel while the rest of the world turns around us, and people need to snap out of that shit.
Right, absolutely. And why does all this shit matter? This shit matters because if you know your history, you're able to navigate through the present on into the future, and you're able to give your children the right tools in order to navigate themselves properly.
And that's why they're trying to build that and that's why what you see now with the fourth industrial revolution is why they're trying to build the post-supremacy era, as you see the census decreased on racist ass artificial intelligence to perpetuate that history, because they won't have all the hands on it to be able to do it.
Right. And so we need to understand this. Why does this matter? Okay, so when you're in Europe, This is your case for reparations when you talk about Europe. When you talk about fucking what Europe owes the black man in Europe, what they owe Jamaica, what they owe motherfucking, different parts of Africa. That is their case for their reparations in order to get the ownership of their land back. Why does it matter in America? All this information matters in America because the fact of the matter is white folks perpetuate these bullshit ideals that we swallow, that they feed to our children, and then what we fucking have that, what happens? Then we're stuck with the Larry Elders, the Candace Owens, the
Officer
Thomas
Tatum's.
Sowells, who go against the system. See, the natural order of system is not white to black. The natural order is black to white. Again, white isn't even what they are. They are non-colored. They are non-pigmentated. They are non-melanated. Okay, that's what they are. They are not motherfucking white. The fact of the matter is they just conceived, they gave you this concept of whiteness. Right?
And the thing is in a system of legitimacy with truth and justice where people were behaving normally, everybody would inhabit the earth with equal autonomy. But we have people who want to control other people. That's the damn problem.
Kwame Brown also, abso-fucking-lutely. You see what I'm saying? We forgot who we are. But the thing is once what it was once was, it will always go back to. This is the reason why it's so important for them. And pay attention what I'm talking about, people. This is what goes back to what I was talking about earlier. These white folks is losing their mind ever since motherfucking that population shows what it shows in the United States. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I hate to break this shit to you and to all the white people in here. I hate to break this shit to you. The population of white people getting smaller is not just the United States. The population of white folks around the fucking world is dropping. They are unable to procreate. The number one group that's in fertility clinics is white folks, and that's around the world. The average age of white folks in this country is 41.5 years old. They are literally dying off.
And it's a numbers game. That's one of the reasons why they have them going to fertility clinics and have you going to abortion clinics to offset those numbers.
Absolutely.
That's why we stayed at it's an artificial 13%. There's no possible way that over time a natural population can stay at 13%. You'll either see it go up like you see everybody else's, or you'll see it go down. Ours is being fixed purposely at 13%. And the reason why it's fixed at 13% is because, like they say, racism is a business and you have to have a product, and we are the product. We need to change that status from being the product to either destroying the entire system or controlling it our damn selves.
Absolutely. Now, this is what the fuck we're talking about. And this is why all this is so important, because the thing is white people make up about 7 to 11% of the global population. They are the true minority. Everybody else outnumbers them across the board, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know fucking why people fucking don't understand this. Fucking, this is the reason why we have to understand. Our African brothers and sisters, I hate to say this shit, but they are part of the colonized mind. This is the reason why they bow down to colonism. This is the reason why they look up to fucking the black folks that's in America, because we have consistently fought the Aboriginal, the ADOS, the motherfucking people that's in this part of the land have always been fighters since day one. The fact of the matter is they have not. They have fallen victim to the colonized mind state. This colonized mind state is detrimental to all of us. Okay? And the thing is we have to understand, and this is where CRT comes in. When you understand the history and you can critically think about the city and the systems that were put into power, then you can understand how they can keep such small numbers but still have so much control. And while you are so busy going back and forth with each other, while you are so busy trying to fucking call out, fucking fight for everybody and their fucking rights, they're using you to do that, to distract you from the point. The point is they don't own shit. They don't control shit. At any time, black folks could stand up across the motherfucking whole world and dethrone everyone.
Facts.
See, it's a mind fuck, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what it is. It's a perpetual mind fuck. And as time goes on, and as people stay locked into this matrix, it becomes more and more difficult to reverse the process.
Absolutely.
And then what you'll end up having is you'll have a whole bunch of Larry Elders and Candace Owenses and Thomas Sowells not knowing why they're getting knocked off because they think that the system is built to help them.
Absolutely. And you're right. We are the alpha and we are the omega. Again, we need to start paying attention to our history. The history will let you know what the future entails.
Think about this. Why is it that every other group of people on the planet writes their own history? They write their own biographies. Mm-hmm. And our history is all based off of source information that doesn't come from original sources. A lot of our history has been stolen. There's more African artifacts in Great Britain and UK than there is in an average African person's family heirloom collection. How does that make any sense?
Right. Again, and again, you know, I don't like to use the word gods because that's a little bit much, but I do definitely understand what you mean, Drunken Monk. I absolutely, you know, I do. So, you know, I do get it. So, you know what I mean? Not letting me super chat. Yeah.
That's because I'm not on the other account. But Izzy, put your Venmo up there. You know what I'm saying, or your Cash App.
All right. So the thing is when we do this, we need y'all to understand. I don't want do reality check. I don't want y'all to think that I'm trying to get you guys. I'm not trying to get y'all to, you know, disavow the groups that you're with. I don't want you to say, "Oh, I'm not native." If you are native to this land, if you have, see, because my history is split. Half of my history comes directly from this land. Half of my history is FBA, ADOS. You understand? So the fact of the matter is we have a very nuanced history, and you shouldn't put yourself in a bubble and be closed-minded to everything else because it's all interweaving. It's all combined. Exactly. All of it is nuanced. There's such very nuanced steps to this stuff. And we always should be keeping a mind and keeping our brains open, be accepting of correction, be accepting of new evidence that we found. We should always be doing this because this doesn't do anything but make us better. We have to use all the information that we know for a fact, and we have to use it in order to make the future the way we want to make our future. You cannot do that if you're stuck in this ideal that for some odd reason, fucking, you know, everybody is Hebrew Israelites, or everybody's Aboriginal, or everybody's African, or everybody's this, or everybody. No, that's not what it is. That's just not what it is. From the research and everything that I've done, that is not what it is. I used to be Hebrew Israelite. I used to be talking the Aboriginal shit strictly. I used to fucking do all of that. I ascended past all that because I realized that this isn't just that simple. It is so much deeper than this. White folks, whether people like to hear this shit or not, white folks did one hell of a job in convincing us that they knew our history better than us.
That's in the Matrix movie. Morpheus said that if you kill somebody's mind, you know, then you kill their body, and that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like our mind is effectively being killed. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
this thumbnail from one of Tariq Nasheed's videos was like a great thumbnail because like this is true. Like people need to cleanse their minds.
Right. And always accept that you don't know everything. I know sometimes, you know, it feels better to think you have all the answers, but we don't. I learn new shit every single day. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's facts.
A book that I'm reading right now is called Atlantis 2021. And I actually agree with this book. I agree with the evidence that it has. And it talks about the town of Atlantis. Atlantis was a real place to me. Atlantis is in the west coast of Africa. I saw a picture one day that was hanging in a museum, and I never got the picture, but I found it online one time, but I haven't been able to find it. Yeah, I am foundational, bro. I'm absolutely foundational. And the fact of the matter is, I found this picture. And what was so interesting is it was a picture that was painted way, way, way back. And it was painted by either the Greeks or the fucking Romans or along with some Egyptians. And it showed a whole bunch of black folks on this motherfucker. And it said Atlantis on it. It was spelt out in the letter. And I think I don't remember exactly what it is, so I'm not going to quote it. And it had a whole bunch of black folks in it. And I've always stuck with me for years and years and years and years and years. Mauritania is the true home of Atlantis. This was a African group that traveled everywhere in the world. They were a seafaring people. And those people touched down everywhere, from North America all the way to fucking Australia, all the way fucking through fucking Europe and Eurasia, all through Africa. That's how big and diverse we were as people, ladies and gentlemen. That's how old we are. This is how long we've been here. And always remember what it started as, it's going to end as. And eventually, there are not going to be these mutants called white folks on the planet. That's just what it is. And we're not going to sit here and argue about it. I'm not talking shit about white folks. I'm sorry if you don't like it, white folks, that I said mutants. But you are. All right. You're mutants. You're a recessive gene. And so we need to always understand this shit. Right? Off topic, does becoming America include getting your number? Shit, anybody that follows me on Instagram has my fucking phone number. My phone number is right on my Instagram. What up, Blazing? So I say all that to say this. All of these things, okay? Hold on. All of these things. Yeah, I got it right. I got the book right here. Here, hold on. I'll grab it. Motherfuckers think I'm playing about this shit. I don't play about my shit. I don't play with this shit at all. I don't play with my shit. I got over, you know what I mean? I got over 200 books in my iPhone alone. I got over 200 books in my fucking iPhone alone. You know what I mean? Oops. I got these are all books. Okay? All of them. I don't play with this shit. That's just in my fucking phone. I got a whole fucking bunch of books right over here. I got a whole bunch of books right over here. I don't do this for fucking shits and giggles. I do this shit for real life. Okay? So deep reading. Jamo, it's a phenomenal book. You know what I mean? Phenomenal book. So I say all of this shit, right? Not to put down white folks and anything like that. I give white folks the cold hard facts, but the thing is for us, it's important that we know these things so we can pass on this information, so we can fucking make sure our kids are equipped to better deal with this shit. There's a brother that I listen to a lot, and anybody that knows that comes to my shit, I bring this gentleman up a lot. His name is Dr. Nelly Fuller Jr. How many people know about Nelly Fuller Jr.? Because I played him a few times in here. Y'all not white here, Tan. All right. So when we understand what he says, one of the things he always says is, he says, if you don't understand, can you put his name? Yeah, I can. That's his name. And I'm actually gonna play some of his before we get out of here. Okay. And I'm gonna put this right there. I'm gonna put this right here. And as a matter of fact, let me play this since Rob is taking care of something real quick. Let me play this for you. And I want y'all to pay attention because I play this shit all the time, ladies and gentlemen. I do. But I play it for a reason. I'm not gonna stop it. I'm gonna let it play. But pay attention to this. All right? Let me drop that one. Okay. Absolutely, we did, Drunken Monk. Absolutely, we did. So, everybody pay attention to this. hopefully I want to put that title right there. Absolutely. I fucks with Bobby Hemming, Phil Valentine all the time. I fucks with them too. But I have a special affinity towards Nelly Fuller Jr. So let's listen to this. Hopefully by then, Rob will be back and then we can kind of close out the show. Let's watch this real quick.
When we start the revolution, all they probably do is squeal, but chill. When we start the revolution, when we start the revolution, all they probably do is squeal, but chill.
What are the white supremacists doing now? They're doing 4 basic things: racial showcasing, racial population tailoring, racial dislocation, and white sacrificing. And these 4 things are designed to produce maximum sophisticated confusion among the victims. And so far it's been somewhat successful worldwide. Now I'll start with the first one. What is racial showcasing? That means taking huge numbers of black people and putting them out front. There's going to be more of this all over the planet. Many millions of black people that you will see who will be rolling in money. They'll be able to showcase the places where they live. They'll be able to showcase their knowledge and expertise. So you have television now, you have all of the mediums for doing this, for showcasing huge numbers of black people. I will say it will eventually run into the millions, so many that you won't be able to count them. Now, what is this for? This is for any black person that starts talking about racism in the future is going to be laughed at, because they're going to be able to showcase so many black people who are what you call quote unquote successful, that it will seem that racism has been put out of business. But white supremacy is a world business, and like any other business, it works on profits and losses, which means percentages. You go into business, you expect a certain amount of loss. If you're in the grocery business, well, you might have a load of asparagus that is spoiled. But overall, you will make more profits than you have losses if you're going to stay in the business. Now, so the white supremacists know that the cost of doing the business of white supremacy is going up. They can no longer get away with Joe Louis and Lena Horne like they did years ago. They have to have many more black people who are going to be showcased. I made up this term just to explain it. You have to make up terms because they won't make them up for you. So now that's the first phase, or one of the first elements in the maximum confusion. And so that black people won't be able to say, they'll say, well, you know, it must be something wrong with me that I'm down and out and don't have a biscuit to eat, because there are so many millions of black people who have so much. So it can't be race. But see, for the 4 or 5 million black people who will be showcased, there will be hundreds of millions worldwide who won't have a biscuit. That's the way the business operates in the future and will be. That's the way it seems to be going according to what? The evidence, according to the logic. The other is racial population tailoring. That's number 2, meaning they're going to be killing huge numbers, either directly or indirectly, of non-white people. When I say black people, I mean, you know, non-white. Anybody who's in the non-white category, and doing this on an ongoing basis. Not to try to kill them all, because when you're in the business of racism, you don't kill off the thing that you need in order to keep racism going. Your ego trip, which is what it's really all about. But you do tailor the population so you can keep them controlled. So you'll kill off a few million in the Congo, then a few years up the road, you'll kill off a few million in Nigeria, and a few years up the road, you'll kill off a few in Mexico, and on and on and on. And you will highly select the places where you do this. You'll have it all computerized, where you kill off huge numbers, or you have them, even better still, kill off each other, like you do in most of the cities in the northwestern part of the world, called the northwestern hemisphere. Having black people gun down each other, you know, non-white people, the brown people gunning down each other, gangs and all that other foolishness, see? And you kill them off, you know, and you just keep this going and you egg it on. And you put things in place that will see to it that it just keeps going that way. It never stops, because that's the mentality of the people. And this is racial population tailoring. In other places where the people are reasonably sane, they don't have a tendency to kill off each other. Then you do things like dry up the water, or poison the rivers, dump toxic waste. There's all kinds of ways to do that racial population tailoring. All right, then the other, number 3, is racial dislocation. Keep them moving. People who are forever on the move through eminent domain, urbanization, urban renewal, gentrification, or, here again, drying up the river. You build a dam 800 miles up, and the river seals off the water behind the dam. I mean, the dam is sealed off, the river is sealed off behind the dam. So that means that all the people down in the valley there, they don't get any water. They need water. They depend on the fishing industry. So now they have to come and work for you, because there's no more water there, no more fish. And you give them minimum wage and a promise for the future as long as they look up to you. So they'll know they're completely dependent. But keep them moving. If a black person in the northwestern hemisphere starts getting that second generation house, then you come through and say you got to build a highway. That's the technique. Now, these are things that you asked about how the white supremacists operate. These are the ways that they operate. The white sacrificing is the 4th. And this is, here again, all 4 of these things are for maximum sophisticated confusion among the victims. So you're not confused. You're keeping your victims confused. So you have white sacrifices, meaning it's kind of parallel to the racial showcasing. But these people in this case are white. Like in any army, or any military operation, you know you're going to have some losses. So some white people are written off under the system of white supremacy. And a lot of white people are aware of this. They don't like it, but they're told that this is the cost of doing business. Just like a person who goes into the army and knows full well you might get killed, but it goes with the territory of trying to defend your bigger operation. So white sacrifices mean you'll have more and more white people on park benches, more and more white people begging on streets. They will be greatly visible. But what you won't pay attention to, because black people never pay much attention to what white people are doing, we just watch each other. See, they know that. You'll be passing millions of white people who are doing well on any city street. And for the handful of white people who have fallen through the cracks, you might say, sitting in front of the subways or begging in front of these delicatessen, for the handful that you see doing that, up under the bridge and all like that, it will give the illusion that it's not about race, that white supremacy is officially out of business. So there will be more of these white sacrifices, and they will be greatly visible. But compared to the number of white people who will be prospering, it will be very negligible worldwide. Now, those are the 4 maximum sophisticated confusion elements.
All right. So you see what it is. You see what it is all by yourself, right? Again, go check out Nelly Fuller Jr. if you want to go check out those cartoons. He has a lot of Nelly Fuller Jr. shit on there. He has Malcolm X shit on there. He has some fucking Francis Cress Welsing shit on there. He has a lot of different brothers and sisters on there. Just great info. But you can find Dr. Nelly Fuller Jr. on YouTube. Find a lot of his old shit. That's actually all from, I believe, the mid 90s, early to mid 90s. And that's how old that shit is. It's from the early to mid 90s, maybe even early or late 80s. So that's why I'm giving you all this information, because when you're armed with information, you can't be taken advantage of, right? When you're armed with good information, people like, you're welcome. When you subscribe to, when you have information, people can't just, make bullshit claims. When you have information, you're able to combat stupid arguments with logical, real arguments. So you don't get frustrated when you are questioned about certain things. You cannot be fooled into believing that Abraham Lincoln was your buddy. You can't be fooled into believing that the first people here were native indigenous. You can't be fooled into believing that black folks didn't never do shit. You can't be fooled into believing the fuck shit, right? And once you know that you can't be fooled with the fuck shit, what ends up happening is they have to run motherfucking game on other folks. And the more information you got, the more information you can pass on to your friends and family. You can sit in front of them and answer the questions that they pose. You see, you can think about solutions in a deeper, more meaningful way that will actually work. And the one thing that we have to always do is you have to be coming up with better solutions. You have to be coming up with out of the box solutions that nobody have ever thought about. Because if you keep doing the same thing, what is that called? When you keep on doing the same thing, expecting a different outcome. Albert Einstein called it insanity. You understand the game? This is why it's funny when we see all these black folks marching on the street, and instead of giving us justice for the black men and black women that they've killed on these streets recklessly and not giving a shit, and then all of a sudden all the black folks is placated because now you got Juneteenth. You understand what this is? Ladies and gentlemen, Drunk Monk and a few of you others, keep on fucking saying it in the room. They playing chess while we not even playing checkers yet. We playing Chinese checkers. We playing tic-tac-toe. See, this is game. I don't have all the answers. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to y'all and say I'm the leader and I got all that. I don't. I give you this information so you can fucking make solutions, so you can figure out the answer, so you can fucking create our next leaders with the kids. This is why it's so serious, man. This is why this game is serious. Sir Denial 111, let me explain something. I'm a business owner, sir. I hire and fire dumbasses like you. I pay dumbasses like you, sir. So take your old transparent, cauliflower looking, fucking snake acting, Neanderthal thinking ass the fuck out of here. You troglodyte piece of shit. Know your role, know your place, and your role is underneath my motherfucking foot. That's life. Deal with it, bitch. Anyway. Yeah, too bad I don't fucking even like that motherfucker. Is you stupid? Tommy Sotomayor is the most fucking coolest fucking black woman hating this fucking piece of shit. The fuck ever, man. I take personal offense to that shit. I dare you to come say that shit to fucking my face, bro. Smack you like a fucking bitch that you are. Anyway. And just in case you want to know, I'm in Sacramento, California on the south side, bitch. Go to Fruit Ridge, it's fucking Stockton, and I'll be there. Nigga, all you have to do is call my name, scream out real loud, Izzy, and I'll be out there within 2 minutes. All right? Let's just get that taken care of before we get the fuck out of this, out of fucking pocket. Don't talk about it, be about it, bitch. Now, getting back to what the fuck I'm talking. The fact of the matter is, when we have the information and we have the knowledge, we're able to make better decisions. How are, this is what it is. The more knowledge you accumulate, the better decisions you're able to make in the future. And this is the key that we always have to pay attention to. And excuse my voice because it's about to go the fuck out. We have to understand that we have to have enough knowledge in order to play the same game as these motherfuckers who's trying to get us to fight against each other. You understand? We have to fucking have, you know what I mean? We have to have knowledge in order to make proper decisions. We must have proper knowledge. In order to win a war, you must know your enemy better than your enemy knows himself. Then and only then have you won the war before ever making a first shot. You understand? So I know a lot of this shit you guys know, and I know a lot of this shit we've heard before, but we have to put the puzzle pieces together. And when we're able to put the puzzle pieces together, we'll be in a way better position. This is why it's so important for us to understand economics in the United States. This is why it's so important to understand how racism affects economics in the United States. We have to know the judicial system, the laws, and we have to understand how racism affects judicial systems and the laws. We have to understand education and how it works. And then we have to understand how racism affects these things. See, the one thing white folks have got right, especially in the last 400 years, is white folks have made it a job of theirs to pay attention to what we do. They pay attention to the way we talk, the way we communicate, the way we push out things. They pay attention to the music that we create. They pay attention to the dances. They pay attention to every aspect of Black culture, especially American Black culture. Right? Denal, the last thing I'm going to say to you, fucking you imbecile piece of shit. This land was my land before it was ever your land. And the only reason you have any land whatsoever is because of your animalistic behavior, your barbarianism, your terrorization, your inept ability to fucking be violent to people who are not violent to you. That does not mean that you are superior. That means you are inferior by nature. Let's not get this twisted. Your ability to be violent and your ability to be destructive on not only yourselves and every single species on this planet does not mean you are superior in any way. It shows how inferior you are in the ultimate long run. And this is why your dumbass is still dying out. But you're mad right now. That's what that is. That's anger and emotion because you say go back to Africa. But let me tell you something real quick. You have nowhere to go back to. There's a difference between you and me. You are artificial to this land. I am natural to this land. And the Black folks that's in this room are natural to this land while you are artificial. You will die off. You are an endangered species. Let's not get this fucking twisted. This is the reason why you're in this room right now. You're trying to stay alive. But sir, let me tell you real quick, your time has come and passed. You will die off like most other species on this fucking planet, and you will not have anything anymore. You will be a distant memory. You will not even be a memory after a certain amount of time. There will be legends of you. Remember when there were white people? Remember them motherfuckers who look like chimpanzees with dead skin and skinny lips and broad noses? Remember them motherfuckers with dead hair that just flew everywhere? And you know what they will say? They will say, oh man, that's an urban legend, man. That shit was not true. You are but a twinkle in the timeline's fucking eye, sir. You are nothing more than a cockroach copying and eating off of everything. You are no better than a parasite. This is fact, sir. Deal with it. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And before I leave, I'm going to actually, going to show you. Watch this. gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you. And this is the last thing I'm gonna show you because I'm gonna prove that that man wasn't lying when he said what he said. Let me show you. I know he's not worth it, but you know what? I get a little kick out of this every single time I see it anyway. So I'm going to share it. Because I get a kick out of it. If you can read up there here, let me see if it stops freezing up. This is what I'm going to do. I want you to read the top of this. See, it just wants to keep on playing games. The internet wants to keep on playing games. Watch. I didn't even look. Watch this. I didn't even put white people with tails. I just put people with tails. Look, pay attention to this. I didn't have to be racist at all. I didn't have to bring race into this shit at all. Look at that shit. It says people with tails, doesn't it? That's white, little white kids with tails. Look at this little white girl with tails. Look at that little white girl with tails. Look at that shit. They're white people with tails. White people do this shit. This is white people shit. This ain't nobody else. Look at that. Don't nobody need a lie. Nobody need a lie to kick you, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to understand this shit. So it is what it is, white people. I didn't have to fucking make no special edits. I just went on Google and put people with tails. That's it. Go look at white women and white men and put their face pictures next to a monkey pictures. You know what? You know why they call you monkeys? Black men and black women? Because that's called projection. That's called projection, ladies and gentlemen. Don't ever get stressed out when they call you monkeys. Just know that they're fucking racist. When they call you shit, they're projecting themselves onto you. Yeah, birth of a nation type shit. It's all projection, man. All right, man. So real quick, I just want to let you know. Okay, so Rob had actually went off and he got a phone call from his brother. All right. So I want you to understand. Hold on. I want you to just remember, you know, we're here every single Wednesday. All right. No, they were, well, it all depends. They were Indians, so the true Aryans were Indians. So if you want to classify Aryans as Asiatic, I guess you could put them under Asiatic. They were some of the oldest Indians. You know what I mean? So I think you could put them at that level. You know what I mean? All right. Vince, I'm loving you already, big bro. You're absolutely right. So you have the oral of Negas. It's Negas, Negas, then Negus, and then it's Negro, right? The Latin Negro, right? To Negar and to Niger, which then turned into Nega. Negus is both noblemen. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't get that shit. You know what I mean? Niger is a slur. It was taken and repurposed. You feel me? So let's just understand who we are. Understand your history, understand your present, understand the arguments that people are making, and you see what they come in with when they get mad that somebody's talking the truth. They want to come in and be like, you're a monkey, try to talk shit, whatever. I've been on here for what, 5 hours, putting down nothing but good information. And they want to try to talk shit about a nigga saying, yeah, nigga, I'm tired. 5 hours. You feel me? So, with that being said, everybody, I got to get to sleep because I got some work to take care of tomorrow. Please make sure that you follow. Please make sure you follow Black Light Revelations. Please follow Black Light Revelations. Real quick, let me give some shots out, please. I want to give a shout out to Drunken Monk for the awards. Indoor Smokers for the award, Sunday Night Smoke Podcast for the award, Brother Shannon for the awards, Tommy Ito for the awards, Helga for the awards. Thank you to everyone who gave out an award. If anybody put donations on my Cash App, I haven't checked it, but if you did, thank you. If you put any down on Rob's Cash App, I'm sure he's going to say the same thing. Thank you. We appreciate it. Every single Wednesday, we back here. Next week, we're going to come on a little bit earlier and we're going to talk the God concept, and we're going to open up lines, invite anybody that wants to come on. So make sure you show up next week. Okay? We're going to talk God concept and then anything that's coming up in the news. So Make sure you come back. If you enjoyed tonight, you'll definitely enjoy next week. With that being said, I'm going to end on this. Watch out for these Sambo Coons. Watch out for the Larry Elders and the Candace Owens. Watch out for, these brothers that are the black face of white supremacy, no matter where you are. And with that being said, have fun with this shit.
Look at the coons. Oh, look at the coons. Always tuning for you. Look at the coons. Look at the coons. Always tuning for you. We got gray soldiers driving up and down the street, looking for a big dick today. Will it be you that gets pulled over for a broken down line, and then they blowing out your brains, and then here come the coons? Oh.
Once again, Reality Check Virtual Radio and Black Light Revelations. You already know what the fuck it is. Thank you for coming on tonight. Without you, there is no us. Thank you very much. Stay real, stay black, stay doing your motherfucking thing. Get that knowledge and be the best you can ever be. Fuck out of here. Stay up. I'm out.
Look at the coons. Look at the coons. We got buckets and samples, but they tap dancing shoes. Dancing for the Butter Biscuit Brigade. Skidding and grinning, thinking they winning. Breaking out the banjo, cause they ain't got no shame. Then here come the coons. Ooh, and look at the coons. Why? Because we're living under the system of a white supremacy, Look at the coons. Ooh, look at the coons. Always tuning for you. Look at the coons. Look at the coons.
Hey, everybody. Real quick before I get out of here.
Cool trade is coming. It's never late.
Instagram.
Gotta watch your back. Watch the people you hang around.
Instagram. Oops, sorry about that. Instagram, IZUHIGH420. Instagram, IZUHIGH420 is you high 420. Stay up.
Everything